for the first council meeting of the year. Oh, excuse me, not sure what happened there. We'll open with our karakia together.
Kia ora koutou, toru whā. Whakatakatahau ki te uru, whakatakatahau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā tātara ki tau. E hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he hoka, he hauhu, tihei, Māori order. Go to Black Caps.
I'll note we've got an apology from Taku. And now we move to public forum. So first up we have got Councillor Tony Randall. Tony, would you like to come up from Wellington City Council? You've got 5 minutes for if you want questions. You'll need to put your speaker on.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Baker, Deputy Mayor Wihapi and Porirua City Councillors for the opportunity to come and speak to you. And I'm coming to speak to you about a very important decision today, which is with relation to the Spicer landfill. I'm here with two hats on. I'm here representing Wellington City Council as a whole, but also I'm here as a Northern Ward councillor, and so I represent people right next to your boundary in Tawa, and of course this local urban area has been one of the difficult challenges with the Spicer landfill. On behalf of the Wellington City Council, though, I just wanted to come here and say that we want to support you in whatever direction and decisions you make, both through the Joint Committee and in other ways. I know our officers work together. We've been a silent partner, and you've been doing the business with running Spicers, and we've probably been too silent, but you know, both our councils are now facing some quite big decisions. This is an especially big decision. And so I thought it was worth our while coming up and say that Wellington City Council will support you if you need help and information and whatever, and lobbying support if necessary, as you work through what to do about the future of the Spicer landfill. And that's that. We also, of course, we're going to work through with the Joint Committee as we do. With respect to the Northern Ward side of things, though, I also want to come here and say that I've been involved with the challenges of the Spicer landfill, you know, for some years as a representative, and I first want to thank the council and especially the officers. I know they've put a great deal of effort with the challenges of the odour. I've been to many meetings, and I really commend them for both the efforts, the genuine efforts I can see that they've put in, but also the transparency with which they've worked with the community, including the Tawa community, to try and take them on the journey, explain what was happening, what they think is happening, what they can do, what they can't do. And I know these efforts have really not been fully successful, which is why part of the reason why you're looking at this today. But I do want to pass on my appreciation for all the effort that has been put in. I know because it's easily pushed aside, and it hasn't happened. And I also want to say that as a Northern Council, we'll be involved, I guess, in maybe perhaps submitting and such like, and we just look forward to you having a good open process about that. So thank you very much for this chance.
Thank you. Anyone got any questions for Tony? No. Thank you very much, Tony, for coming in. I appreciate it. Okay, next up we've got Judy, Friends of Taupo Swamp, and I'm assuming you're bringing some others, or is it just you? Yes, come on up. And Judy's got 10 minutes. I've given her some extra time because she came in a while ago to ask for some extra time. Swamp tree? Do we need to grab you another chair? Oh, okay.
So is this on? Oh, thank you. Yep. Do you want to turn your microphone on just in case you want to interject? Kia ora koutou, and thank you, Anita Baker and the rest and all of the councillors for giving us some time to speak to you today. We've come with some good news stories too, so it's really nice in this. I was interested in your karakia. It talks about the wind, and it's still going out there, so I'll refer to the screen in a minute. Some of you will be very aware of where we've come from in our organisation, Friends of Taupo Swamp and Catchment, and some of you may well have been at our initial planning hui in 2018, where we met in Plimerton. We had a community hui with all the landowners in the catchment, and the map on the side isn't very clear, but you can probably pick out the Ulrich Street development area right up to Porirua Bay. That is the catchment I'm talking about. It's a very large area of land going down into the part that we look after. To our knowledge, this was the only time and remains the only time that all the owners of the land in the catchment have actually got together in one place at one time. So it was a pretty historic occasion, and I think one or two of you might have been there, actually. So at that point, we set about working with Porirua City Council staff and Greater Wellington staff to start at the Ulrich Street entrance of the wetlands, and it's, I don't know whether you can see at the bottom there, the map on the left there. The far left is where the dog park is now. The red lines around there is denoting what we planned back in 2018 to work with all the landowners there and clear and plant that area with locally sourced native plants. And we didn't know what we were getting ourselves in for, but in doing so, we have forged some amazing relationships, and that's what we've come to talk to you about today, and to thank you. We set goals, we raise funds, and within that 12 hectares, we've been pretty active. At this point, we think it might be a very good idea to seek a renewal of the MOU we had with Porirua City Council back in 2018, so that our future work is collegial and understood. We would like to pursue that to take into account both parties. So now, 8 years later, we are in the very happy position of having achieved what we set out to do in 8 years. We had set it for 10, but thanks to volunteer hours and much support, we have actually achieved that plan. So that is all planted and it's growing. We have a 90% success rate, and we're now interplanting big forest trees like tawa and koikoi, kahikatea and swamp mari into that area. We are rejuvenating the area down by the dog park entrance to Ulrich Street, where the triangle comes down there. There has been a half a metre rise in water level on a continuous basis there over the last 5 years. So that tells us something about climate and what is happening, and it tells us that the wetlands are doing their job. They're a big sponge, and they're working, and it's part of our job, working with all you people, is to make sure that sponge keeps working, because of that, Plimerton came off quite lightly in the last storm. So we're here to thank all of you who have supported us, and council officers with whom we work. You have some very, very good people in that team, and we are very grateful for that. So half a metre of water difference. So when you go down to the dog park, you'll see the nio trees are beginning to die because they're in water all the time. So we are rejuvenating that area now with swamp mari and kahikatea and pukatea, so that you'll see different things growing in there over the next 800 years. We've worked with Torito Nursery, we've worked with Seavers Grove, the wonderful council nursery. What a great team they are. And we are also very grateful to council for enabling funding for the Conservation New Zealand teams that come on our site. We have 5 days every year, and having that as a central point to whom we can attract other volunteers has been a lifesaver for us, especially over this summer when we've had a great deal of weeding to do with all the rain. We've had 4 or 5 springs, if you like. Our values have always and continue to be aligned with those of the mana whenua, as those of you who've looked at our long-term plan will have seen, and their implicit support underports our restoration. And I think Tioni Cecile coming today, and I'm sorry, Mark.
I was going to say, would you like to introduce you? Yes.
Mark is our bee man, and we're going to get to that. So, Bill.
Yeah. Okay. So.
No.
No, you might have to turn the other one off sometimes.
Oh. Should have a bright.
There we go. Okay. So what now? We've planted around 20,000 trees and plants, and as Judy mentioned, we've got about a 90% survival rate, which is very unusual for a volunteers group to achieve that. And every week we've got people who are volunteering in some form or another. We've also worked very closely with Pest Free Plimerton over the period that they've been operating, and they've got a very effective ring of steel that operates around the entire wetland system. We also work with people reporting to us feral cats and the removal of cats from that area. We've engaged extensively with local landowners and business owners in the area, and we will continue to do that. We've had very good support from them. We've done multiple submissions to local, regional, national planning, legislative changes.
45.
And of course, we've spent a lot of time raising funds. So this year we'll manage around 1,500 volunteer hours. We'll maintain access tracks for volunteers, because the more successful the planting is, the more difficult it is to actually walk through there. And a number of councillors, I acknowledge, your contribution, your time contribution towards planting and weeding. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And we continue monitoring market bird species such as the matata fern bird and the Australasian bittern, the hurapo, which are very rare birds. And the fact that they're in that wetland system is a credit to the predator control and the regrowth of the trees that are there. We're interplanting the pioneer species, so the pioneer species being Manuka, Kānaka, and we're now putting in amongst them these trees that will truly be huge. The kahikatea, swamp maori, pukatea, kohikohi, and we don't do that off our own bat. We've got experts who advise us on what that is. So, and from this year, we're also contributing private funding from a local private philanthropist who's contributing to the removal of willows from the main swamp body. So that's the swamp system, the repo that is owned by both the City Council, and the bulk of it, of course, is owned by QE2 National Trust. And that's in the catchment south from Whenua Tapu.
Can I make a comment about that, Bill? This is the first time that we as how are we going for time? We okay? Nearly finished. this is the first time that an organisation like ours has been able to collaborate with regional and local councils to put money into a pot to manage we've got a 3-year pest weed program in the catchment going up to Whenua Tapu for the eradication of weeds, and we've, over the next 3 years, have managed to secure funding of $75,000 to put into that pot. And as soon as, the good news is, of course, as soon as you start saying, I've got 10,000, you can ask somebody for something else and another 5,000 here and so on. So this is our new direction now. We've got a collegial 360-degree approach to looking after this whenua with Ngāti Toa behind us all the way. Their support. So this is a ring-fenced fund, and we have specific reporting for all our funders, and it's just so exciting. And it means that the business as usual funding that Porirua City Council was going to put in that is now going into planting across the stream in an area that we can't get volunteers into. So it's really exciting. So that's our new direction, if you like. Last winter, now we come to the fun part. Last winter, we planted the northern site of the wetlands, cleared 3-metre high blackberry, and we planted bee-friendly trees and plants there. And Mark Wendelkind, who's behind me here, is our bee man on our committee and set up the hives. And we have much pleasure in ta-da,
Oh, the honey.
ta-da, presenting you all with our first jar of Taupo swamp honey.
Congratulations.
Now, I'm not quite sure, Anita, how this is going to work. Maybe you could all dip your finger in it
Here we go.
before council meetings to energise you. You could maybe, but
Natural sugar.
that is our first jar of Taupo swamp honey.
Wow.
With our
Very
thanks.
impressive.
And Mark, do you want to say anything very quickly?
Yeah, it was a bit of an experiment to put a hive in winter, in August. I've sort of had 10 years experience, mostly up on the Kapiti coast, and I teach beekeeping down in Johnsonville in the Wellington Club. But I thought being on the committee and being very conscious of looking after our biosecurity and being in touch with the ecological balance of everything and understanding how the demise of our insect world is collapsing. If you don't realise, when did you last clean an insect off your windscreen? Well, when I grew up, you know, and I'm in my 70s now, you know, my parents, we used to stop and it was a treat to get out of the car and clean the windscreens off the car every sort of couple of hours. Well, it's like, so where have they gone? So bees represent an indicator of the health of the environment. So, you know, we're restoring what was, and the bees delivered. So, and this particular honey's quite, it doesn't have a lot of pahutakawa in it, so it might stay a little bit runny. Most of my honey thickens up and is a lot darker. So
They can try it at morning tea on a teaspoon each.
All feedback welcome. So well done.
No. Thank you very much for coming in. I'm sorry we don't have time for questions. We've got such a big morning ahead of us and we're running a bit late. But thank you very much for coming in. You're doing an amazing job.
Thank you, and thank you.
We'll look at the MOU for you. We will look at that MOU, councillors, because I know that's probably a question that was coming from somebody. So we're going to go to our first paper, submission. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself. No conflicts of interest from anyone first. No. Notification of extraordinary business. I don't have any. Confirmation of the minutes from the 11th of December. Well, that was a long time ago. I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Lawler. Any changes? All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Mayor's report. I don't think I want to sit and read it. You'll see it in your next papers because I'm very tight for time this morning because we've got people coming in at 9:30. It has been a busy couple of months. and Taku's not here. So we'll go to submissions of the development levies, 11.1. Going to move it to put it on the table, seconded by Councillor Leggett. Open any discussion. I know we've had discussion on it, but any discussion on that? No. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Thank you. 11.2, Ratepayers Assistance Scheme. I'll put it on the table, seconded by Councillor Trillin. Now, discussion. Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, koro matua, me he kai, konehira katoa. I'm wanting to support this proposal. I wanted to give some clarity as to my reasons behind that. I'm mindful from the election campaign last year that there is a challenge on the high cost of living. And so it was my intention, if successful, which I was, to advocate for measures that will help that. This is a part of that, mahi, in my opinion. And so I'm grateful for officers to getting this to the table. I want to talk about Alan, who's a local korora. Some of you might know him. There was a period a year ago where I happened to be at all the same things he was at. At nearly every time I saw him, he would say, please keep the rates fairer. We've got work to do on that front. But for those who are on lower fixed incomes, like our older and long-time Porirua residents, and just need a little help, this might work for them to meet the cost of living, in addition to the rates rebates already being offered. Likewise, my friend Rob, who was at uni around the same time as me, and a fellow Beta Omega Chi fraternity member, shout out to Ajax from Yoda. He doesn't live in my ward, but he does live around the corner from the mayor, and has suggested that this is a way that he can help meet the cost of upgrading their homes so that they can pay less in electricity bills. By supporting in principle, we have at least some ability to challenge the scheme, to think of products that will support Alan and Rob, and also those who cannot seek the support of a bank to help with more specific challenges like uplifting their homes out of flood-prone areas. Now, there are some fishhooks here that I need to note because it isn't too good to be true. First of all, it doesn't affect those who are renting. It means that the scheme is not universal in terms of eligibility. This also brings me to my second point, that any scheme that should not drop its role in providing strong expectations of lending responsibility, so that any dispensation from the Triple CFA that relates to consumer protections is, in my opinion, not acceptable. Nevertheless, I am not alone in saying the following. I am of the principle that no one should be forced out of their home or pushed into deeper hardship because they cannot afford the rates bill. This scheme could provide a fair, transparent, nationally consistent way of upholding that principle. In Porirua, where the burden of rising costs are being felt more sharply than in many other parts of the country, I believe the benefits of the scheme will be especially significant. As I explained in the previous Triennium's workshop for many Māori and Pacific whānau in Porirua East in particular, the family home is their only asset. They came to Porirua to work. Todd Motors, the hospital, other local employers, built their homes, raised their families, and now lived on fixed incomes. Those homes are not just property, they represent decades of commitment and aspirations for their whānau. Rising rates can place enormous stress. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Rising rates can place enormous stress on those households, placing on risk pricing them out of their communities. A culturally sensitive approach to race postponement or support would help those residents remain in their homes and communities, retaining intergenerational connection to place and avoiding displacement. Therefore, I fear that our council will have to devote significant resources to ensure that the scheme is meeting our community's understanding and comfort if this is to be a success. Finally, I want to reiterate point 3 of the paper. Quote, funding has been obtained through a number of local authorities to progress the scheme, so there will be no cost to Porirua to continue to explore options. However, in the event that the scheme is established, there will be a financial commitment to be a member of the scheme. The value of the commitment is yet to be determined. End quote. Our support cannot be a blank cheque. And while I give support today, it doesn't mean that I will continue to commit if the price is not right. So with that, I thank the officers for their mahi, and we'll wait to see if such a scheme is finally established. Kia ora.
Councillor Ford.
Thanks, Jeff. I think I agree with most of what you're saying. Just highlighting point number 6, for the avoidance of doubt, the passing of these resolutions does not commit council to any contribution of equity or other funding. Amen.
Councillor Trillin.
Thanks, Mayor Baker. Yeah, I'll be quick. A lot of the points that I would have spoken to are covered by Councillor Hayward, so I won't go back over those. Just wanted to reflect on the process we've gone through around this, because I think one of the concerns that a number of us raised through workshops was that this actually sounded really, really good, and we were worried if it was too good to be true. I think the fact that we've had multiple workshops on this, I think the first one was before the election, and then the second one, obviously, just last week, I have found that incredibly helpful, and bringing people in to come and speak to us about it has alleviated some of my concerns. I remain cautiously optimistic, and in particular, I do see some opportunity. We are constantly talking at the moment about how we're beginning planning around things like climate resilience. We have no idea how we're going to fund this sort of thing. And I don't think this is a silver bullet. I think this is potentially one arrow in the quiver to start addressing that problem. And I think we've talked about needing to think outside the box more. This is exactly the sort of thing that could help us in that regard. So you very strongly support this and support the paper as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, are we happy?
Thank you. Well said, Councillor Hayward, Ford and Trillin. I don't have much else to add, really. I think this is great to have another option. I know banks have tightened up on their lending criterias over the years, so having another option for ratepayers is good. I want to talk about Hohepa. Now, Hohepa rang me and said to me he was very upset because he had no other option but to sell his house, and in the process of that, it was absolutely terrifying for him. He didn't know what he was doing. He felt like he was ripped off. So, you know, something like this is actually going to be, as I said, another option and helpful for him. And actually, thanks is same as what Councillor Trillin said. Thank you to the officers for all the information and the workshops. They have been very, very helpful.
Thank you. It's everybody. I am supporting the paper, but as it's said in here, I'm very concerned about the cost to council, but I want to take it to the next stage. I think that's the most important thing. So all those in favour? All those against? Carried. 11.3, our Spicer landfill options. Move to just put it on the table. Thank you, Councillor Duncan. And David, are we coming to you first?
Actually, I'll.
Oh, Mike, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor Baker. Councillors, first of all, an apology. There's probably a bit more detail in here than you would normally get. We did that because when we workshopped this, it became evident to us that actually there was a market, if you like, for a bit more detail. So we've probably made this a little bit more of a numbers and words fest than it would normally be with the advice. So apologies in advance, but that's why we did that. And we haven't sugar-coated anything in here. We're pretty upfront and forthright with you. Increasingly, that's how we're going to have to be with infrastructure stuff. You know, I think this is probably the next big challenge, and it is a big challenge for us. I don't want to understate how big that is. Having said that, we're not asking you to make a decision today, but this is a pretty significant point in time with respect to what the future looks like for us. Now, Councillor Duncan asked a couple of questions online that I would just like to quickly cover off to inform your decision making. Councillor Duncan asked why we're not buying some local land to build another landfill within Porirua. And on the surface, that sounds like a very sensible thing to do, given the numbers and the cash flows. So we have actually looked at the whole district with respect to doing exactly that, to see if we could find some land where we could do that. There aren't many pieces of land available or that we could get our mitts on that are actually any use for that. Any useful land in Porirua is already hotly contested by others, I'd point out. But it probably equally, or more importantly, is the consentability of that land. Some of you might remember when we workshopped last year, we talked about some live consents that are going on in New Zealand at the moment, Dome Valley being one in Auckland. Actually, Cape Valley from several years ago in Christchurch, which is owned by 6 councils and the private sector, the Huranui District Council are still feeling the effects of having that regional landfill consented in Huranui. So I think actually consentability is as big a deal as land ownership with respect to landfills. Having said that, there are people talking about building waste facilities north of this district. They're in touch with us, highly commercially sensitive. There's big money to be made from landfills, which begs the second question that Councillor Duncan asked is why aren't we looking at alternative technologies such as incineration, or we prefer to say waste to energy is probably how we would frame that. And it's a very good question, and it is something that we are interested in and looking at. The reality is in Porirua and actually in Wellington, we don't have the tonnes to support a business of that size. starting point's normally about 500,000 tonnes of rubbish to get one of those things to work, to make enough electricity to plug into the grid. We have 80,000 tonnes here. The other two landfills in Wellington around about the same size. So if we're going to look at that kind of stuff, we would really love to. It probably needs to be the lower half of the North Island that we're talking about with respect to the tonnes. There has been initiatives to do this previously at Cape Foulwind on the old Wholesome Works on the west coast. Turned out that whole deal was rotten actually, but this has been looked at a number of times. If we were going to do this in New Zealand, Auckland is the obvious place where we would do that. But even in Auckland, they don't yet have the mass to actually get going with a waste to energy facility. I do think it is in our future, on our horizon, but not on our short to medium term horizon here in Porirua just yet. We are joined up with others though, and thinking about this stuff. And when the time comes, we are prepared for that. But it's just not yet. A couple of other minor things. In the draft consultation document that you have, it talks about options A, B, and C. That is not the same option numbering that we used in the analysis, where there are 7 options and a bunch of sub-options. So just to be clear, we kind of reset the options so that when we go public, it's clear that we're talking about A, B, and C, and not 7.2 or 7.1 or anything like that. So apologies if that's caused any confusion, but that's why we did that.
It confused me. That's why he said it.
So I just to finish off, I think we've got some big questions to ask ourselves about waste in New Zealand. We don't like landfills. We hate them. We can't get them consented, but we don't have any alternatives at the moment. So I think this is not just our problem; it's a national problem. And I think it's probably an exciting time to be in this business because change must come, but it's just not here yet. Finally, we don't need to own a landfill. We need to have access to a landfill, and we do have access to landfills. Again, as Councillor Duncan points out, that's going to be more expensive because we have to truck the waste to that landfill, and because there's going to be more carbon emissions from that transport. Sewage sludges remains the main thorn in our side. Wellington Water has kicked off a project that is specifically looking at putting a dryer at Titahi Bay, so that the stuff that comes out of the bay is not wet sludge. It is actually something that is drier, more inert, and more easily disposed and handled. David, did you want anything to add? Have anything to add to that?
Thank you, Mike. No, I'm not inclined to add anything to the introduction. Kia ora koutou councillors, Tamariki. But before we move on and just ask for questions and comments, I'd like to introduce a team member who's been with us for a short time, Chloe Greville. Chloe is my program and project manager, and she's responsible for all of the overarching future development work, whether it's this report or the next report. And Chloe's here. She may be able to answer some questions further in the detail. So I'll leave it at that, Mayor, and any comments or questions.
Thank you. I'll take questions and comments at the same time, so I don't have to come back. Councillor Hayward.
I'll start with my questions then. Thank you, officers. Thank you, Your Worship. Let's start with option 1. Does that mean that not operating a landfill would effectively mean we would also, I know we're bringing this as a separate item around the household collection, the black plastic bags, but it would also be connected to that in terms of the cost and the viability of that plan, of that offering going forward?
Yeah, with respect to the curbside service, if we can consider rubbish and recycling as separate,
Yes.
so in an ideal world, recycling would not be impacted or affected by this first report one bit. Rubbish, on the other hand, obviously it needs to be taken somewhere, and the cost of the bin to be picked up, transported and then disposed is affected by the final disposal price at the facility it's going to. So there are 2 factors which will influence that cost, which is the gate fee and the transport cost. So if you can look at it from the point of view of both of those things may be affected depending on the outcome of this, then the cost of your rubbish bin or your rubbish bag may be impacted.
And with regards to the RTS-based options, and noting the considerably higher gate fee, is it the expectation that whether it is council's household collection of the black rubbish bags or a commercial operator would actually see the viability in wanting to use that collection service compared to going to Silverstream or some other location?
Again, it would be that nexus between transport versus gate rate that would drive whether the truck comes to an RTS here, if one is available, or to some other landfill.
Next question. Is there any work by officers to consider if we go down the path of option 1 to have a registration system for operators within Porirua, as is the case for Wellington and Kapiti Coast, in terms of the baseline level of service that they provide, noting that 80% or approximately 80% of people in Porirua use a commercial service currently?
Yeah, within the current solid waste bylaw that was adopted in common with all councils around the region, one of the provisions in that bylaw is to allow for extensions to a licensing system. So, for example, in the Kapiti Coast at the moment, where there is no council involvement in collections, you are still required to be licensed, and part of that licence is you must provide a recycling bin if you're providing a rubbish bin. I think I'm on the question here. So if we were to follow option 1 and we still wish to contain some or retain some control over how the curbside service is delivered, we do have the ability to do that with implementation of provisions in our current bylaw.
Okay. And just to be clear, what is the likelihood that we would be considering that as part of option 1?
More likely that we would be considering that as part of the deliberations over the next report, as opposed to this report.
Agree. Just, pointing that this would be a thing that we would be talking about. Next line of questioning is in the opinion of officers currently, with regards to the operable consent at Spicer Landfill, that the current issues around odour still remain beyond a threshold at which we could, all other things being equal, apply for a resource consent to extend operations?
I think all other things being equal is probably the key part, because we're not just dealing with odour, we're dealing with proximity to some key waterways that run into Porirua Harbour. We're dealing with a landfill directly on top of one of the big fault lines that run through Wellington. So just to point out, odour is not the only battle here, and for that reason, with all of the other challenges we've got, we consider that the chances are next to zero.
Notwithstanding that point, which I do concur with, odour in of itself is still an issue that would have, in the opinion of officers, cleared that threshold to not be able to apply. Okay. With regards to the other options that involve an RTS, they will require a consent as well. Is it officers' view that pertaining to the issues that relate specifically to odour, but not necessarily just that a consent for those sites would also meet just as strident opposition or challenge to being able to successfully get a consent?
With respect to an RTS, so we assume that the conditions of consent would be related to the likes of the total capacity of the RTS, whether it's taking domestic or commercial load, and then linked to that requirements around the frequency with which the RTS is emptied. In other words, we wouldn't expect an RTS to be sitting full of rubbish overnight. Quite a different set of conditions that we would anticipate as opposed to an actual burial facility.
So just so I'm clear here, with regards to storage of waste overnight or over weekends, that is not likely to be the case in any proposed RTS if we were to go down that path.
Now, RTSs, as we're aware, are generally emptied either multiple times during the day or completely emptied at the end of the day.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
You want to make your comment?
Yeah,
It's
if you don't
easier.
mind. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. Before we go out to the community for the feedback, I think we should probably take a moment to just acknowledge why we're here. Rubbish is not a sexy issue. And yet for all the time I've been on council, it's an issue I've been constantly urging action on, particularly when it comes to diversion. Stopping rubbish from ending up the landfill isn't just about making us feel like a bunch of free-living hippies. It would have given us time to figure out a solution beyond what we've been doing for so many decades. That time has run out. The Spicer landfill is still working through its malodor issues. In spite of the progress made, the job is not done yet. So we can't even seek an extension of the resource consents to operate the site until those issues are resolved. And even if we did, we could look at Doan Valley up in Auckland, Green Island down in Dunedin, or even the Southern landfill in Wellington to see that trying to get a consent with the specific challenges that we face that have been noted, the opposition of mana whenua, and on the fault line, it's ruinously expensive to get even a consent that would end so quickly that would have to go back immediately to start again. Sorry. I've been on record that there are things that you need to dispose of in the ground. The world has not entirely purged asbestos, for instance, but now we are at the end of a night out at a restaurant where all the options left in the menu are each a different flavour of crap. This is not because of lack of depth in the analysis. The paper is robust and it is a sober read. Each option comes with trade-offs in cost, service and control. We're going to the public to hear which option is the least bad. I want to take a moment to articulate these options for the average person. Option 1 is what I'm calling the Kapiti model because it is in effect what our neighbours to the north have now. This will mean no council-run landfill. We would rely on private providers to dispose of our waste elsewhere, maybe as far north as Tudakina at Bonnie Glen. We might be able to make some tweaks which could include stronger operator registration, which could include organics as a baseline, and I foreshadowed that this will be a matter that I will cover in potentially a future amendment once we hear back from the community. But there would be less control over social procurement. They would no longer be held to our social procurement rules in terms of the providers we have for our own service. It also means no local drop-off for general waste. That might not be an issue for some, but the dump run will probably mean a trip to Silverstream. It also means the likely end of the plastic rubbish bag. For some, this will be an inconvenience, but at the end of single-use plastic rubbish bags is past due. It means that as a black bag user, I'll get to join the 80% of people in Porirua who already use a private provider to take my rubbish. I note that's in a separate item, but these things are connected. The other three options are all variances of the theme. You can have a local place to do your dump run, but the cost to operate that will mean at least a 5% rates increase and at least a double, and in some cases up to 3 times the average cost at the gate. We already get people moaning about that price as it is. If we keep the black council rubbish bags in these options, then it's likely there could be a 25% rates increase. That's $1.25 in the paper. That's an unacceptable situation for those on fixed and low incomes. What this means is that the era of cheap dumping is over. Council has to lead on this, especially for people with the least. Our focus now must be on reducing waste before it even reaches the landfill, no matter where that is. I'm heartened by the progress that we have made on construction and demolition materials, and I hope as well on glass, but I will not yield until we have dealt with organics. This will mean real change for people at their doorstep. Maybe if we had done these things sooner, the cost of these alternatives we are discussing today would have been cheaper. But just like our water infrastructure, kicking things down the road only left us with expensive choices, and there's no time left anymore. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Lawler?
Whoa. Can I just start, given the time of year we're in, by wishing Ramadan Mubarak to our communities that follow the Islam faith. Ramadan started yesterday. I guess like Councillor Hayward, I'm sort of trying to understand our options, and I actually appreciate the detail in the paper. That's very helpful, thank you. Just picking up on your rates increase, the 5 to 6% is the cost of remediating the landfill. We're going to have to do that anyway, regardless of any of the options. Seems to me we have this tension between wanting to provide a service, wanting to reduce waste, wanting to protect our environment, but actually our options look better if there's quite a lot of waste coming into them. So we have these kind of counterintuitive tensions. So, yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to weigh up, really, the advantage of adding the commercial take. It seems to me the main advantage argued in the report is that it means we can lower costs for everybody, but there's a risk because there's quite a significant investment in making the commercial take an option. So it seems to me the risk is in our assumptions around whether commercial take will actually come into the landfill given the other options in the region. So I guess I'm wondering if there's any comment on that. Kia ora.
Yeah, we've presented some gate rates projected out till 2030. We've also made some estimations based on the last 6 years, 7 years of trending at gate rates throughout the entire region at the other 3 landfills on where they might land. I'll just make the comment that a couple of weekends ago, I took a carload of rubbish to a refuse transfer station in Palmerston North and was charged just short of $500 a tonne, and that was today. So I, with respect here, that when we say $550 or $600 a tonne, it sounds like a great deal. It is a transfer station. Even at $550 a tonne, it still wouldn't be the most expensive in the country even today. That would be in Hokitika. So they sound like large numbers, but the cost of this is increasing. I don't know if that answers the question, Councillor Lawler. But...
Okay, anybody else? Yep, Councillor Duncan.
First, thanks, Mike, for the response to my questions. I'm interested to hear you say that commercial operators are looking to go into it. How come they can get consents?
Frankly, commercial operators can afford to be more focused and commercial than we can. And they also have a bigger balance sheet than us. Looking at who the investors are, they're not actually New Zealand-owned investors. And they have access to land that we don't have access to. So I think we mentioned in the paper there's something like 50 Class 1 landfills in New Zealand. Half those are owned by councils, half privately. That balance is changing over time. And increasingly new landfills, or any waste facilities actually, are led by the private sector rather than being led by us. We're kind of fortunate in Wellington that we have 3 landfills that happen to be in the ownership of local authorities.
Yeah, thanks. And Morrison Lowe in their advisory there suggested private land was available. Did they actually name any areas that were worth looking at?
Morrison Lowe said that based on work done by Tonkin Taylor a couple of years ago. We have GIS maps which indicate areas that might be suitable, except that as you go through the various constraints of consentability, acceptability to Ngāti Toa, proximity to residential, proximity to major roads, etc., they just get crossed off one by one.
See, thanks. What gets me is, I know consenting is a bloody nightmare, but we should be exposing the folly of these cloud cuckoo land bloody mandarins who make legislation impossible to actually... waste isn't going away. We've got our rubbish bins all around the city. We've got them in every park for people to put rubbish into. And there's no way I'm going to buy a second-hand mattress on Trade Me. And so, like, people, what do you do with stuff like that? Rubbish has to be disposed of. So I can understand what you're saying, that it's a hell of a business, but honestly, $4.5 million a year, $4.5 million we're turning down over the 30-year lifespan of a tip. That's $130 million income that this council could have had. That's a hell of a lot of money we're turning away from.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you. And thank you, officers, for these multiple papers. I think there's been an enormous amount of work go into this, and I'm in favour of going out with the options that we have here. The one point I would make is, or I would ask about, and I've asked about it before, when I read through this and going out with the options, I still came up with, what happens to me? I use rubbish bags. Can I still just put out my rubbish bag? Right at that really basic level. Or I have a bin. Will I still do this? And I think that needs to be addressed in the information that goes out, so that people are. We're not saying things are going to change in that area. What is going to change is very clear for all of us, and so that was the point that I wanted to make about that. I just make some comments particularly following Mike. It is disappointing that these consenting issues are unable to be addressed. And I think that is a New Zealand-wide problem. And we can talk about reducing waste streams as much as we like. It's a New Zealand-wide issue again, and there are no obvious options right now, which is why we're sitting here with at least a 5 to 6% rate increase to do the things that we need to do when our tip is forced to close in 2030. Well, it will be. It's unequivocal. So those things aside, we are between a rock and a hard place. We need to go out with these options, and we can have further discussions in more detail when we get some feedback from the public, our ratepayers, which will be useful. But again, thank you for the things. I had to read it more than twice, but it's pretty clear to me you've addressed all the issues. There are a lot of unknowns still, but and again, I'm in favour of the market, private issues, dealing with a lot of stuff where we can. So,
Councillor Philo.
Okay, I agree that this does seem like all the options are pretty dismal. Going out to the community. Just going and with regards to that transfer station, I was thinking about how quite a lot of people actually say to me that already they will drive to Silverstream landfill as it is now because it's cheaper than our landfill. So if the transfer station is going to go up even more, I don't know how viable that will be. It's just an opinion that I've got right now. A question that I did have a couple of questions though. One is, given that, we had Wellington City in here before, what input have they had in this, and or like what are the legalities around that as well?
So we're engaged with council officers. They've had some changes at Wellington City Council. So there's a new person who's come onto the new manager who's just arrived there early this year. I've been spending a lot of time with her talking about this. We are engaging with the CLG tonight, the Community Liaison Group tonight, which is well attended by Wellington City Council members as well. So it's been a bit patchy over the last little while, but picked up this year since we've had some new faces at Wellington City Council.
Okay, and I guess there'll be not necessarily complications, but they're a partner of ours, so there'll be, when things close, will we owe them money or?
So we'll look closely at the financials behind this, and we're comfortable with the situation that we find ourselves in. But that's both on the Wellington City Council side and the Porirua City Council side.
Okay. Thanks also for clearing up around the new landfill option that was, or the private land that was talked about by Mike. I did wonder if site screening reports, criteria used to reject the new sites, the proposed land, cost comparison, and consent feasibility assessments, those kind of workings were done, those kind of reports.
Yes, those reports were done. The last one we accepted the final of in mid-24, I think it was, and I think it's on our website, but we're happy to hunt down the link to that.
So that's for proposed
alternative sites available for a landfill within the district, along with all of the other alternatives to landfill incineration, etc. That report was done a couple of years ago.
Okay, so proposed land to have a new
landfill correct,
is on our website.
It's in a report that we've received. Off the top of my head, I think we parked it on our website, but we can.
It's just at a very high level. We're very sensitive about this for obvious reasons with respect to what happens to properties, values, interest, inflaming tensions in the community. So we're very careful with that kind of information, Councillor.
Yeah, well, putting it on the website would be what you'd want it to be at a high level. Okay, well, do we get to see those as governance? just to rule out this option of a new landfill?
The report I'm referring to contains no maps or reference to any specific pieces or areas of land. That's very high level.
If councillors wanted a briefing, we could probably arrange that, but it would need to be very carefully managed given the sensitivity of the information that we're talking about. Can I just point out we have a similar issue with cemeteries at the moment. We have managed to brief you on that. Actually, there is a crossover with some of this land as well, so but it would need to be a high level.
Councillor Manners?
No, I just had a quick question. Other than consent, what is the criteria for finding a new space?
Cost is another issue, so whether it be consentable or not, some of the land that we might identify as being of the sufficient size for a start, that's another difficult part, but also accessibility, so somewhere that you can get, a constant string of large trucks going to, not a residential road, obviously. Also, apart from access to infrastructure, is avoiding infrastructure that's already in the ground. So, for example, nowhere that's near TG, nowhere that's near the Kapuni gas line. There's, as I say, we've done the alternative assessment work. There's quite a number of criteria that are involved other than simply consenting.
Thank you. Councillor Trillin?
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I'm not going to retread ground from other councillors. I agree with a lot of comments so far. What I just wanted to highlight was that as much as the range of options that we have in front of us may not be what we would like to see in an ideal world, I am completely satisfied that we and specifically council officers have looked at every viable option and turned over every rock to look for a solution here. That's really clear to me. These problems that we're addressing and talking about now have been very well signalled to us by officers over the last few years. It's pretty clear to me that dealing with waste as a society generally is a true wicked problem in terms of policy solutions. There's no clear solution that's available with the levers that council has available, and we have to make a decision based on the levers that we do have to pull. So I just wanted to signal that amongst all of this discussion about how everyone obviously isn't happy, I'm very happy with the advice that we've been given. I'm very happy with the work that's been done, and I'm satisfied that the options we're going out with are the best available options that we can achieve. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of the engagement through consultation. I'm going to withhold a strong view until I see the result of that consultation, but just thank you very much to the officers for the work that you've done.
Do you have a question, Councillor Lawler? I wouldn't normally let you, but full council, so go.
Thank you. I was just picking up on Councillor Leggett's comment about the consultation and Mr Mendoka's comments that this is like, we're in a massive period of change around waste, and I think about the small grants we make available to community groups who have like waste projects on the ground, and I do wonder whether as part of our consultation we will go out to that network, because the landfill is a big decision that council will make, that only council can make. However, reducing waste streams is something that our communities can and are helping with. And so I think there is some opportunity for some creative conversations alongside this about how we deal with that as well. Kia ora.
Thank you. Everybody has spoken who wants to speak. Great consultation document, thank you. Very hard decisions in here, obviously. Mike, you tabled this, seconded this for me. Sorry. Councillor Duncan, rather than you, Mike. It's just the tabled documents that came into our iPads later, so it's tabled at this meeting. So all those in favour? All those against? Carried. We're now going to stop the council meeting. Oh, we're going to let it go. He's gone to get her. Okay, we'll do the curbside collection. We're very aware that our next workshop person is here and she has to leave at 10:30, so she is here? No. Okay, well, she's going to be late. So 11.4, we'll put the curbside up. I'm going to let us speak before I move an option and see how we go. So open for discussion. I've moved it to put on the table, seconded by Councillor Ford. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're seconding yet, but just to get it on the table and then we'll move an option. But I think we'll have a discussion first to see where you're going. Who's first out of the blocks? Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the preferred option, option 4. And we were talking there about, is it 0.85 of $1 million for that to go through, yeah? That scares the hell out of me, that. I just wonder at the point of that whether it's worthwhile. Can you explain to me, I mean, you're saying that you can sort of work out the costs other ways. They're not certain though, are they?
I think the glass recycling is expensive for the health and safety implications of having people doing a lot of work on the back of a truck. And actually trucking large volumes of heavy materials up to Auckland is expensive as well. So the cost will be what the cost is, but there are opportunities for us to look at how we can fund that and, you know, whether we consider our waste levy funding, for example, or taking a small fee through the gate. We're trying to consider other ways of easing the burden on the ratepayer, I suppose.
And Council, we won't know the actual cost until we've tested the market, but their estimate is based on what it costs Hutt and Wellington at the moment to do the same thing.
That was your last question?
Yeah, look, everything we're talking about today is, I can see dollars, and it scares the hell out of me. I'm not keen on.
I'm in favour of option 2, which is the status quo, but Izzy, you're now Councillor Ford.
Just a quick question. Throughout the document, I can't find what page it's on, but you refer to option blah, blah, blah. It is not considered that this reflects the wish of the community. Can you just remind me where you got the wish of the community from? Did you go out to, was there something that we missed?
There was consultation through the 24 long-term plan, and we got heaps of good commentary through that. Thanks.
Councillor Leggett.
Sorry, may I make a point of order or potentially clarification? I just want to seek guidance from you around how we're discussing this paper. So you've signalled that we're having a discussion before an option is put. Is your intention then that if we discuss things now that will not preclude councillors from proposing an amendment to
Yes,
the
because I
proposed
think you
option?
need to do that to start with.
Okay, so
at
no
the
one's ruling
moment,
themselves out from discussing things
no,
now? Okay, thank you.
I want to be fair here because I do think there is some conversation required. Councillor Leggett, you were next.
So just to be clear, this 0.85, which is not clear because it might be more or it might be less, and it's based on other municipalities doing it. What's the rates impact? Percentage?
That's why we're having the conversation.
It's around about 1%.
So that's...
but please bear in mind that we may be able to fund some of this from the waste minimisation levy, which is not rates. I
hear that, but I also hear may, and we're using that to fund small grants, some small grants as well, are we not? Yeah, okay. So these things are fluid. All right, that's the only question I wanted to ask at this stage.
Okay.
Well, one more question.
Sure.
What happens to the existing bins? My glass bin, for all of us.
Typically, when changes are made to services like these, those bins are chipped and recycled and turned into new bins.
So they will be collected. Okay, so it'll come. I would get under this one of these blue bins pictured here.
Something like this.
That, and I'll give back my glass bin. Okay.
Councillor Lawler.
A couple of questions. I think in a briefing I understood that glass is recycled in New Zealand, so it's kind of a success story in terms of recycling, whereas our other mixed recycling, it's less clear what the kind of environmental footprint around that is. Do I have that right? No?
Yeah, there's not a huge amount of recycling that is happening in New Zealand, but also we don't have a direct contract with the recycler, so we get information based on the recycling we're giving them, the weights, the split, all of that sort of information, but we're not getting regular updates on where the products are being recycled. However, we can ask for that when we want to.
Although glass goes to a factory in Auckland where it is returned into bottles. So, but they can only do that if the glass comes in one colour. When it comes mixed up, they can't use it, which is at the core of our problem.
Yes, so I'm assuming this option 4 would enable us to use the Auckland plant?
Option 4 fixes that problem, yes.
Okay, my second question, because it seems to me that if we're honest, there are very few happy recycling stories, but glass recycling in New Zealand seems to be one of them, so that gets a tick from me. My other question is, if we went with option 4 now, how would that impact on what option 1 might look like as a future LTP decision? Like if we then wanted to progress on in terms of recycling, what would the following steps look like?
So the two are not mutually exclusive. If we went to 4 now, at some point in the future, we could go back to 1. One, the issue is cost. 4, the issue is cost, but 1 is the issue, the magnitude of the cost.
Councillor Trillin?
Thank you. You've just answered half my question. I was about to say, are 1 and 4 mutually exclusive? What's my next question? So I guess the question is, if in terms of how we're progressing now, could we progress those in parallel at the same time? Because the arguments under 4 around separating them out make sense to me. My preference at the moment is to progress with what we put down in the long-term plan. I guess I'll make that clear. But could we not do both? Am I misunderstanding this?
Well, you could if you prepared for a 5% rates increase.
Yeah, so setting that to the side, that's not, because we only talk about sorting them separately in option 4, but if we wanted to progress with option 1, but do that separate sorting for the purpose of recycling, there wouldn't be anything to prevent us from doing that if we went with option 1.
Apart from cost, that's right. Yes.
Apart from cost, yeah. And so I guess I'll make the comment I'll make now. So at the moment, I'm happy to rank these options. 1, 4, 2, 3 is probably my order of preference looking at these at the moment. I recognise the cost associated with option 1. But when we talk about the cost, we're only talking about the cost from a perspective of impact on rates. That doesn't take into account the impact on cost outside of rates for our residents if you are no longer paying for your separate bin. So yes, cost looks worse potentially on your rates bill. That doesn't mean it has an overall net negative impact on your household budget. And I just want to emphasise that because we discussed this at length during the long-term plan. And it was actually one of the reasons we talked about doing this. We said, let's save our residents some money, even if your rates bill is going up. So signalling now, my preference is option 1. However, I do recognise from the limited discussions I've had with my colleagues so far, I don't think that is supported by a majority of councillors, and given that I'm likely to support option 4 as what I see as being the second best option.
Okay. Councillor Hayward.
Can we just go into a little bit more detail with regards to the time framing around, say, for instance, option 4? And where would be the likely deployment of this measure? And I assume that there are issues around making sure the contracts are correctly aligned, so we're not losing out on that. And the implementation of the bins for the user experience, because it resonates with me with Councillor Leggett's position that we should be looking at this from the average joker's perspective.
From the point of view of option 4, indeed actually any of the options, probably the two determining factors there would be at what point does the rating impact, or would it be tenable for the rating impact to actually kick in? The other one being procurement. So our best advice is to be prepared for a 2-year procurement exercise, depending on, well, irrespective, but if we change service. So under that 28, 29.
And that time frame, you're saying, is almost exactly the same if we had gone with, say, option 1 as part of, because of the parallel nature of some of these streams of recycling.
It's still a procurement exercise, yeah.
Following on with regards to procurement, other councils, Hutt's is a recent example, have used the waste minimisation levy to cover the cost of the new bins for residences. Is it the understanding of officers that the implementation of applying for that was not challenging in achieving that?
Sorry, Councillor, can you just repeat that?
Was it challenging for those councils to apply for waste minimisation levy funding to cover the cost of their new bins?
No, I think Hutt City actually used their existing waste levy in order to be able to do that, rather than actually applying to the MFE for a one-off grant for the bins.
And so we would do a similar
service.
We would do a similar thing to the Hutt City.
We could do, yes.
So inevitably, that still means that we would still not have a rating impact in that scenario.
For the capital of implementation.
Yeah, for the cost that was meant from
yes,
the procurement
but
of
not
the
for
bids.
ongoing operating.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Mike, do you want to answer that?
I just wanted to say that the waste minimisation levy money that we get back from the government would not cover the 5% cost. It would offset it, but it would not cover the entire cost.
That's with regards to option 1. I'm talking with regards to option 4.
Oh, okay. Still wouldn't cover it, but it would certainly help subsidise, offset that $850,000.
Okay. All right.
No. Councillor Philo?
Just a few questions of clarification. So on page 120.27, it talks about the current system of curbside recycling collection isn't working well due to the high contamination in the past, with a mix of mixed recycling that's been sent to the landfill instead of recycled. And then it talks about the 3 Strikes campaign having been successful in reducing landfill of contaminated recycling. So my question is, I'm interested in how you have measured that. Specifically, what were the contamination levels before, and what have they been after the 3 Strikes has been implemented?
So the way it's measured is that the truck that's finished its collection, it's full, goes to the sorting facility in Petone. The facility then checks a proportion of the contents of that truck, and they will then decide if the contamination is within their threshold, which from memory is 14% of the total volume of the truck, or whether it's over the threshold. If it's over the threshold, that truck is then redirected to landfill. So the way in which we've been able to measure the 3 Strike success is that on our Monday and Wednesday runs, we were having loads turned away from the sorter and sent to landfill. Since we brought that 3 Strikes campaign back in, we haven't had any loads sent away at all. So that's our measure of success. It's all been accepted.
Okay, that's great. And do you do the 3 Strikes policy for glass, or is it just for the mixed?
Not for glass,
Not
no,
for glass.
just for the mixed recycling bin.
I thought so. Okay. Interested in how many households are have lost access to the. Do you have that information? To the 3 Strikes policy? How many are recycling?
About 150 odd houses have lost their bin. Yep.
And that's for like a year, isn't it?
Yeah, for a 12-month period, and then you can come back and say, I'd like my bin back. Yep.
So 150 households aren't recycling at the moment. How many then roughly are recycling?
That's the number of houses on each run. Each run, it varies between 1,500 and 2,000 properties being collected on a single day.
Oh, that's
so
good.
the number of houses actually having had their bins removed is very small, percentage-wise.
Okay, cool. No, that was all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor, are we happy?
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to recognise the 3 Strikes. I know it's been quite an issue in the East for quite some time now. And it is about time that consumers start to take responsibility. So well done on that front. For me, given the future of the landfill is unknown at this stage, I'm not comfortable with investing a lot of money into some of these options at the moment until those discussions and or feedback has been given by the community. Although I am in favour of option 2, just keeping it the status quo, what I am nervous and uncomfortable about is actually asking people to now start putting their glass into their rubbish bins, because that's an extra added cost to the household. So that would probably be my only concern there, because of course they can't put their glass with their mixed recycling. I hear what everybody said about each option. I still am not dead set on which option, to be completely honest with you. I'm sure that there's still a little bit more discussion to be had, but that I'm just letting you know where I'm at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Leggett, you had a question? You had your hand up for a question, forgot it. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you. I still have questions. This actually leads into the points made by Councillor Weehapi. Because of the conversation around the landfill, and although the recycling itself isn't involved, glass is in effect dumped at the landfill right now, so these things are related. What is the time frame around that previous item, and does that fit into the thinking around the long-term plan that is pertinent to this issue with regards to glass recycling? Will we have some knowledge around how we're going to proceed with regards to the landfill in time for the long-term plan discussions?
It's proposed that we make the decision on the landfill at the 2027 long-term plan.
So these things would be interrelated at the same time?
Yes.
Owing to that, any decision that we make would therefore be something that would be integrated into a whole solution when we go out to the long-term plan, right? So as to give certainty to the community that we have got whatever level of service or what service we would be providing is consistent and makes sense when we go out to consultation. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, it would be, and that's part and parcel of bringing both papers to you at the moment so that there's a full, transparent understanding about the waste situation in Porirua.
Therefore, is it possible in a scenario where we go to a provider that does in the previous item, an option 1 type situation where we don't own the landfill, that there may be, and when I was talking about registration systems for providers, that there would be from the commercial sector an expectation, as is the case in Kapiti Coast, that they have as a baseline glass recycling as part of their service provision, and therefore the council may want to choose as part of its consultation to no longer have glass recycling itself as part of that collection responsibility. Is that a discussion that we could be having?
Yeah, I think it is, but I think it's also important to note that closing the landfill doesn't mean that we only have that option of the licensing model. That doesn't mean that council still couldn't have its curbside collection through a contract model or in-house. That's still obviously to be determined, but yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that potentially with commercial providers, the economies of scale by providing services across the entire region means that the cost impact on Porirua residents would be potentially significantly less than the impact to residents under a closed landfill, the additional charges required to take items to a new landfill, including glass if we stick with status quo, and the gate charge as well. Am I right in saying so?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Discussing your questions.
I just want to make sure that when we go back and check the tape, that we all understand what's going on here. And what I'm trying to point out, Councillor Fenor, is that what we're trying to point out here is that there is indeed a conversation that needs to be had in terms of the long-term plan about what the solution is, and maybe that part of that conversation isn't around council operating those services directly, which will allow some efficiencies to be gained if it's done by a private provider, as is the case in Kapiti Coast. But ultimately, what we want to do is to reduce the amount of waste that's ending up in any landfill, let alone our own one right now. I'll take comment now if you want, in terms of my direction of travel. If that,
can I just give you some advice on that?
Mike would like to answer that first.
Can I just make the point, Councillor, that Porirua is actually quite a small fish in terms of waste systems, and whatever we decide to do, I think we need to be thinking about what Wellington does, remembering that Tawa is kind of nestled in the bosom of Porirua, right? And the systems and the economics around collection rounds need to respect that. So I think that it's a great discussion to have, but we need to do that with our neighbours, because the waste companies are mostly actually based in the hut, and so they design their rounds so that when they pick up their rubbish, they finish at Silverstream if it pays. If it pays, they'll finish it at Spicer. So I think we just need to be conscious of what's going on across the region, and actually make sure that anything to do with licensing is not just Porirua as a little enclave by itself, but integrated with the rest of the region.
I'll let you comment, and then I've got 2 more, and then I'm going to move option 4, and then we can take it from there.
Okay, so I just want to have this conversation. One question, and it is in regards to a later item with regards to amalgamation, which is that is it possible that it's going to be more inefficient for us as a council to recommend an option which is inconsistent with the providing the options that are provided to residents in Wellington City and Hutt City with regards to glass recycling? And then that would also be a good reason why we would want to have some consistency of the offerings in that context of amalgamation. Noting some people are very supportive of amalgamation, that might be a good reason around that.
Councillor Waddle?
So that's the question.
Oh,
So,
Do we need to be mindful of that in terms of a...
no.
so,
Sorry. Keep going.
Do we need to be mindful of that, noting that there is the possibility of amalgamation and it would be more inefficient if we had a different option from the other councils?
yes.
Councillor Waddle?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of we've gone sort of, I guess, one step forward in recycling and maybe two steps back. You know, we were bold in getting the large bin for recycling, but it's come a long way from what we once had with the small black bins, which are now generously used as planting pots at various houses I've been to. So that's good recycling going on. I think it's a tricky subject, as Councillor Lawler has pointed out. Recycling in New Zealand is a mess. Thank you, and is sort of a bit of an ethereal concept, because we sort of just put it in the bin and don't really know where it goes. Whereas with our waste, we know it goes to the tip somewhere. So my question today is: do we have to make this decision now, or for the options that we need to pursue today? Do we need to make that decision today, or is it something we can do in a couple of months with a little bit more fine tuning?
No, we're not asking you to make it. The answer is no. However, can I just qualify that by saying that in so doing, you're accepting the risk that we are not recycling as well as we could be. Yes.
Taku, welcome.
I think just to put on the table around what the future does look like and any input into the long-term plan, hopefully there's discussion with the iwi in terms of having their input, their feedback into that long-term plan, into the options, and to ensure, because our coverage or concerns will be around what's left, and how we look after Papatūnuku. I wouldn't be able to go, I don't think you'd be able to go because of the gases up there, a couple of pounds of tomatoes, but who knows? But as long as we're in the mix and in the discussions, it'd be helpful.
Thank you.
Just to give Council assurance, they are one of our key stakeholders in terms of both this report and the previous one. We spoke with Runanga yesterday about the previous report, as they've been on the journey with us.
Thank you, councillors. I'm going to move option 4. Does tie in with amalgamation and discussions. Yes.
A point of clarification around option 2, which is status quo. You've got, if this option was selected, rational next step, ask residents place glass directly into their rubbish. And that doesn't necessarily have to follow, does it?
No, for the resident that still wants to recycle glass, we've still got the big bulk recycling containers up at the landfill, and they are being recycled.
Except for those that use plastic rubbish bags, you'd force them to put their rubbish into, put their glass into plastic rubbish bags, which is a potential health and safety issue.
That's why I'm moving option 4.
Yeah.
So I've moved option 4. I've moved option 4. First of all, I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hayward. Now discussion, and I've got Councillor Trillin.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it'll be quick. So my only clarification for the complete avoidance of doubt, if we agreed option 4 today, there is nothing to stop us from still going with an option 1-like model through the long-term plan process. Am I understanding that correctly? So we come back to this discussion in the LTP?
Yes, correct, you are. That's correct.
Okay, cool. So bearing that in mind, clearly signalling option 1 is my preference. Today I'm happy to support what has been proposed through option 4, bearing in mind we're going to revisit this discussion.
Okay. Councillor Lawler.
Very similar. Option one's my preference. I'm reading this as a step towards option one, actually. I think it's very important that it's consistent with our neighbours, and I think it's really important that we remember that we are currently sending our glass to the landfill. So this is a way to prevent that from happening.
Councillor Hayward.
10 years ago, just around 10 years ago, we got the yellow and the blue bins delivered to our households. We never knew at the time what the unintended consequences of that was going to be. Something that is recycled does not have value until it's repurposed into something else. Otherwise, it is just waste. It's just rubbish. So for us to make sure that a commercial operator can take the glass and reuse it is actually on us. It's on us to do that responsibility as someone who, as a group, is responsible for providing those bins. I'm mindful that the option one does lead to big conversations about rates increases and so forth. We did talk in the last long-term plan about how the trade-offs that would imply in that. But I'm also not closed-minded to the issue of the rating impact of this. Option 4 for me is the best compromise available in terms of the immediacy of getting the glass out of the landfill. And that is really important. We've just had a conversation around this table about the landfill being closed because it is filling up too rapidly. Part of that problem is because of glass. If we chose option 2, for instance, it'd be like the woman who had cancer, lung cancer, lost a lung, and then lit up a cigar immediately afterwards. We talk about wanting to show leadership on this issue, then this is the way that we would do that. Now, I guess it would also be important to reiterate, and I think this is something that Councillor Wehapi raised earlier, which I think is really important, to reiterate the narrative of what Council is doing, even if times the pace and depth of the change that we need to make around solid waste minimisation gets on my goat. Let's look at the community fund for waste minimisation. That has been a good way for communities to be able to accelerate their own efforts locally. I want to send those positive vibes to Te Ahuru Mōwai, Wesley Community Action, Te Runga, Wellfed, Tech Collect, Kai Ika Wellington. Chris Jupp from Kai Ika Wellington spoke recently about the power of their work. I had a woman come to me after his presentation who told me that they'd never thought a corridor about fish heads would bring them to tears. Here's another thing. Reducing the green waste a couple of years back helped us also create a bigger incentive for people to use the green waste at the landfill. It may not be around for much longer, but at least lowering the barriers of cost was a good sign. I'm looking forward to when we finally have the construction and demolition site operational. Having visited the Waste Co site last Friday, it's going to be a modest start, but like any startup, you want to start small and grow big. So the idea is to get going. And if the choices we make, it's also the choices we make as a council in building and maintaining facilities. I want to give a shout out to our parks and recreation team, especially Hohepa King, who spoke at last week's Waste Forum here in Porirua about the use of future post products for our bollards and gardens. If you've been to Jerry Collins Stadium, you will see some of them already being installed. I expect there'll be other uses. Future post products are made from recycled plastics. They are ideal over treated timber when it comes to durability in sites where you don't want heavy metals in the soil. So there's work to be done. There's work to be done in organics, but I'll be collecting general waste. I want us to see how we will be collecting general waste in the future. It is important to know that this is not without some progress. So I expect us to get some shit done on this. Kia ora.
Final comment from Councillor Faminis, and then the vote is coming.
No, I agree that there needs to be some consistency with our neighbours, but for someone who hasn't ever used a glass bin, that kind of comes at a very big cost. My question was just around the 850,000. What does that cover?
It's essentially the difference between a truck with a robotic arm on the side just flipping the bin over versus a manned crew on the back who are actually physically sorting every single crate at the curbside. There's a very heavy labour input in doing that, and that's essentially where most of that cost difference is.
And so maybe this question was asked before, but what happens to the current glass bottle blue lid bin?
That gets emptied into a truck, and that truck gets emptied into the landfill.
If we do the glass...
If we go with option 4,
we go with option 4.
That's what we would recover them, shred them up, and they get turned into new bin.
Do we get any, is there any kind of recycling profit from that we make?
No.
Is there, have officers looked at options that we could kind of turn that bin into a kind of
We talked about doing a rubbish bin out of it, but we couldn't.
No, that's all.
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, so all those in favour of option 4, I think we'll have a raise your hand because I'm not sure whether everyone's there. So raise your hand for option 4. We have got Councillor Hayward. We've got, Councillor Hayward, Councillor Trillin, Councillor Lawler, Councillor Waddle, myself. So that is... Oh, Kathleen's raised her, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is carried. Thank you. Well, all those against, yes. Yep, counts. Yep, we can record your names. So all those against? Yep. Yep. Could you record their names, please? 5. Okay. We are now going to break because our next one's actually due at 10 and she's obviously running late because she was due here at 9:30. So we're taking a break and then we will come back for the NZTA update. So we're back at 10:15. It's morning tea now. Sorry to our people in the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. NZTA briefing, seeing we have Emma here. Mike, you're going to introduce and...
Just to say that we have a really positive relationship with the agency at the moment. We don't see eye to eye on everything, but we are pretty mature about that. And lovely to have Emma and Adam along to brief you on some stuff and to answer some questions this morning. Thanks, Emma.
Kia ora tātou, ko Emma Spate toko ingoa. I am the Director of Regional Relationships for NZTA Waka Kotahi for the Greater Wellington and Top of the South regions. And my colleague Adam Nicol here is a planner extraordinaire who's working on a number of our activities, and he's here to answer any actual hard questions. So I know he's going to be terrified now. So we're here to give you an induction. Now, I know that most of you are very experienced councillors, so what I will do is focus on some of the most important things to be thinking about this year, and then give you a whistle-stop tour through the other key things to be aware of that may come up for you from time to time. And you're welcome to ask questions. And then we do have a bit of a regional update where we will touch briefly on some of the key projects happening in the region that you might be interested in or getting questions from residents about. So we'll crack into it, and if there's any questions, please feel free to ask them. If I think we need to push on, I'll say so, but we can always come back at the end.
Yeah, take what you sent us as read, but...
Yep, awesome, thank you. Okay, so just in terms of the agency itself, we've got a huge range of roles, and anyone who uses any part of our transport system will be having an interaction with us in some way, shape or form. And one of the things that I just touch on in particular here, obviously we have the 11,000 kilometres of state highway that we manage, and we co-invest with local government on 85,500 kilometres of local roads and public transport, but we also manage driver and vehicle licensing. And so from time to time, sometimes communities will find that they're having challenges accessing driver licensing, and you can always highlight that through to us, and we will have a look at what's going on, and we can certainly help and provide information and support if there are challenges. We did that with Upper Hutt at one stage, and we managed to get some additional people in on the ground to do driver licensing. But at the moment, the queues and access timeframes are pretty good for this region, so no major issue there. What's your role? And this is something that's really important for us to think about this year. So you need to contribute to the region's regional land transport plan, and that work is underway this year because that has to be finalised in the first half of next year. So the regional land transport plan is important because if you want to receive funding from the National Land Transport Fund, which we administer, it must be in the RLTP. We legally cannot provide any funding for an activity that is not in an RLTP. So this is a good year to be thinking about this because you as a road controlling authority for Porirua need to be thinking very carefully about what the projects are that are most important for your community, and getting those through your officials and into the Regional Transport Committee as part of that process. And also if there are public transport activities, you need to be working with Greater Wellington to get those onto the Greater Wellington plan. Now, as we go through this, and I will talk a bit more about the government policy statement on land transport, but it's really important to understand that if you put something in the RLTP, you must have your share, 49% of the cost, you must have that share available to you through your long-term planning and annual planning processes, because it's that co-funding model. If it doesn't align to government priorities and you think it's really important to still do it, you can 100% fund it yourselves or through developer contributions and other mechanisms, and councils and communities do that from time to time, so that it doesn't have to get funding from the fund, but if you want funding from the fund, it has to align to the government policy statement. There's also some requirements on you as a road controlling authority, and they're set out in that GPS. One is to report on the cost of temporary traffic management, and the other is to report on the timeframes for pothole repairs. And for public transport authorities, they have their own obligations. And then we audit your program both in terms of your procurement practices and in the program and what you spend your money on and our money on to make sure that it's appropriate and aligned with the expectations. I'm not going to go into our structure, but we have a structure and we're organised to deliver our services and also administer the fund, so that investment function in the pale blue there is a really important part of what we do, and I'll come back to that and when I talk about the money. We have 6 roles that we deliver on behalf of New Zealand Government, and we have a set of things that sit behind that that I could talk to if it's of interest to anyone in particular. But what we also recognise is that everything we do in a place. And so understanding our regions, understanding the communities within which we operate and who access and use the transport system is really important. So to do that, we have 5 regions across the country, and we have 5 Directors of Regional Relationship, that's my role, and we have leadership teams drawn from all those different parts of our business that have people who part of their role is to actually understand and connect up and have relationships in each region. And as Mike said, it's really important, the relationship that we have at officer level with the council is a critical part of us being successful in what we do and in thinking about how we plan for the future. Just briefly on our legislation, we're a Crown entity, and that means that we're required to give effect to government policy. Why this matters is that the government policy is set out in that government policy statement on land transport, which is released every 3 years, or through general directions to public service. Both of these things are tabled in Parliament, so they're formal parts of the government process. Once something is provided to us as a government policy, we're required by law to give effect to that. So what can happen from time to time is a government policy statement will come out and some councils will not agree with some of the things and the priorities in it. And that's absolutely up to you. You don't have to agree with government policy all the time, but we are required to give effect to it. So if in thinking about activities that you want to do, you might think, oh, there's a thing that's really important to this community, we'd like to do it, and we're going to put it into our regional land transport plan. And you can put it up, you're completely free to do that. When the Regional Transport Committee considers that RLTP, they do have to consider the GPS, but they don't have to fully align to it. But once it comes to us for funding decisions, we must give effect to it. So at that point, if it doesn't align with government policy, we simply won't do it. And the reason that's important is that there are times when these systems do have a bit of tension in them. And there are times when I've had councils and regional transport committees who have wanted to put up priorities that don't align to government policy, which they can do. But what that then does, it means, first of all, we can't fund those. If you put your top 5 things are things that aren't government priorities, we can't fund those top 5. And when we get to number 6 on the list, you might have a nice project there, it aligns to government priorities, and another community has a similar project that's their top priority. And we would take that into account in determining which one to go ahead with. So it is important to think about this. You don't have to align to government policy, but you need to consider it to try to be as successful as you can in any given funding process. And we'll always give you and your officers advice as to how to navigate that. We also have the Land Transport Management Act that sets out the other things that we must do, and also then there are other pieces of legislation that will determine other things that we can do, such as toll roads and other regulatory functions. As I said, the GPS guides the decision making and particularly around how we administer the National Land Transport Fund. And it also forecasts how much revenue will be raised through the fund and how it will be spent across activity classes. So these things are determined by the Crown based on advice from the Ministry of Transport. The current GPS has 11 activity classes, and these broadly have 3 for state highways, improvements, pothole prevention and operations, 3 for local roads, exactly the same, public transport services, public transport infrastructure, that's your train and bus stops and so on, safety, which includes the 1.3 billion for road policing, so we fund around 1,070 dedicated road police and all the associated infrastructure that goes with them. And we also fund all the safety cameras now, and we operate those ourselves. When we have about $1 billion that goes into the rail network with quite a significant amount of additional Crown funding, and a walking and cycling activity class.
Okay, so Mike's got a question there.
Yeah, just you talking about safety cameras, and when I was reading through this, I see you don't get the revenue from it, that goes into the consolidated fund?
Correct.
Why is that?
So that has been historical. So previously they were administered by New Zealand Police, and that was set up in that way. I think partly that's to avoid a perception that any increase in activity to enforce through the use of those tools is a benefit to the agency doing the enforcement. So you could make the case that you could take the revenue from those safety cameras and invest it back in road safety. That case has been made from time to time, but the current policy setting is it goes into the consolidated fund. So our funding comes from fuel excise tax when you fill up at the pump, road user charges for diesel and electric vehicles, and other fees such as vehicle and driver licensing and also tolls. It's a hypothecated fund, so the revenue from these sources comes directly to the National Land Transport Fund. It doesn't go through the Crown budget process, which is quite unusual in our system. And we then partner with you, with iwi and others to give effect to the GPS. So when we look at that structure, we have there on the left those revenue sources. They all go into the fund. We also have Crown borrowing facilities. So from time to time, the Crown will approve us to borrow some money, which also goes into the fund. And then we will form the National Land Transport Program. Now, from time to time, the Crown will also say to us, actually, we would like you to do certain things and we'll provide additional Crown funding for those things. So that might be, for example, if you're aware of the Melling intersection on State Highway 2, that was funded under the Roads of Regional Significance program, which was a Crown appropriation where the Crown said, we've got a list of things that we would like you to do and we'll provide funding directly to do that. And that sits alongside the GPS as a Crown direction to us that's set in the GPS. So then in terms of what happens to that funding, we take those buckets of money in the activity class, and that sets out a 10-year forecast for each activity class and upper and lower ranges for what can be spent. And the board has to take that into account and ensure that it balances over that 10-year time frame. And if activity classes are increasing or decreasing or staying the same, that will impact on how we manage that over that 10-year period. And the road policing expenditure will go to New Zealand Police, rail expenditure will go to Kiwi Rail, and then we partner with councils on the National Land Transport Program on whether it's local roads or public transport. So that's how the funding flows. The program itself is the 3-year program of what we're going to fund from the NLTF. When we set that program, there's 4 categories of how we describe things. So we have continuous programs. So that's the ongoing work. So maintenance is a continuous program, and we work with you and set how that's going to work in advance. We then have activities. So we'll have committed activities. So those are activities that are already underway or imminently underway, where we're very confident they're going ahead. We've committed the funding, it's locked in. Then we have probable activities. So these are activities over the 3-year period that we expect to get underway. They're well advanced. They're aligned with the priorities, and we expect them to occur. And then we have possible activities. Now, despite the name, we don't expect possible activities to get funding, but they're there because things always do change, and there will be times when a possible activity can come on the list if other things don't go ahead.
Councillor Duncan?
Just in the, we're forecast to spend 32.9 billion. Doesn't add up.
So
You're a bit there.
It's a rounding error.
Okay, rounding error, we'll take that. Councillor Ford.
Sorry, just a quick question around your activity list in the GPS, under the GPS. Is that an order of priority? So I'm just thinking about if we were trying to be successful, should we look at that in terms like ranking?
No, the activity classes are essentially buckets. So the ranges are set by the Crown, and so then your officials will know exactly what size of buckets there are, and they will be able to provide advice on how you best position projects or activities.
Okay, so they'll have an idea of what is likely to be successful if we had a project that was... Okay, cool, thanks.
The key thing with the program itself is that it's very dynamic. So, and you'll be aware of this, sometimes you have a project that you want to do, you start doing your investigations and suddenly it's more complex, the ground conditions aren't as good, it's perhaps not going to be affordable, and so it will change.
Or government changes.
And yes, and that happens too. The key thing here is that we're always looking at this and monitoring it. We also are looking very much at how all of our partners and ourselves, how we're doing in spending to forecast. Because if we get to a point in the 3-year period, and usually it's around about now, where we can accept that certain activities aren't going to proceed as they were anticipated to, we want that funding then freed up and able to be reallocated to be utilised within that 3-year period, because ultimately it's there to benefit New Zealand communities, and if it's not going to be spent in one area, we want it to be spent somewhere else. So that's another thing that we work quite closely with your team on. The fund will fund 100% of state highway maintenance and improvements, an average of 53% of local programs and activities through funding assistance rates, and then nationally delivered programs such as National Ticketing Solution and safety cameras. Funding assistance rates, we set these for councils at the lowest level is we will pay 51%, and they go up to 80-something% for the Chathams because they have obviously some very significant challenges. Now, council's always very interested in how they could get a higher FAR rate. All of the detail about how they're calculated is available on our website, so you're welcome to go and have a look. It's a fixed bucket. So if any one council goes up, another council will go down. So it's a relative assessment of ability to pay based on the nature of your network, how much you traditionally pay, your rating base, and a deprivation index that looks at the ability of that your community to pay. So all of those things are set out and are clearly available. But it is, we do review it, but if anything, there's incremental change rather than...
I did try councillors, we're on 52.
Yeah. Your mayor has advocated strongly for this to change from time to time. I had mentioned the plan, so that's there for you. One of the things I just note, the the planning cycle is deeply imperfect. So the Minister will be coming out with a draft GPS in the next couple of months, and you'll have the opportunity to provide comment and feedback on that, which I encourage you to do so, because that's your opportunity to influence that setting of the government policy. There will then be a general election. The government will change in some way, maybe minor change or it may be a major change. And depending on the nature of that change, there'll be a new GPS, and that GPS may also change. And we're in this process trying to prepare for our regional land transport plans, which are setting out what we're going to do over the next 3 to 10 years. So what I encourage you to think about as you go through those planning processes is to think long term. Transport infrastructure is generally, we're talking 50 to 100-year assets. So think long term, think what are the most important things for the future of your land transport system in this region, and be really clear about that. And also think about what that draft GPS is telling you and what a future GPS might tell you, and retain the flexibility and ability to shift some of those priorities if they're more likely to be funded under a different scenario. So it's just a matter of being prepared and being ready to take advantage of the opportunities that will come through any particular GPS. Things that will remain important, I think, in any GPS will be managing your existing asset base and really working to maintain and manage that. If you look at the infrastructure report that was released this week, it gives you some really clear indications, and there's increasing bipartisan support for those core messages about managing your existing infrastructure and having really clear understanding and evidence around the value for money of anything that you're going to do in addition to that. So I think just be conscious of that, and obviously you'll be doing your long-term planning and your annual planning, and these things don't always align neatly and tidily, but we're all aware of that and we just work with it as best we can. So we're underway in this process. As things change, we'll all pay attention. There's a technical tool that we also are required under our legislation to prepare and release once we get a finalised GPS, which is the investment prioritisation methodology. This sets out exactly how we interpret the GPS in our decision making. And again, really important for your officers to be aware of this and understand it in terms of how you position your regional activities for funding. In the last NLTP, just as a note there, we had requests for funding that were over $5 billion above the funding available. So there's huge aspiration nationally for this infrastructure, but not quite enough money to do it all. We are subject to the same rules, so we developed the State Highway Investment Proposal, or SHIP, which we don't fund any maritime activities, but we submit this through the same Regional Transport Committee process as you do with yours. And we talk to each of the councils about the assets that are in their region as well. And that was the funding point, which I've already made. You need to have your own funding for your projects, and you actually, it's very, there are some councils who are advocating for work to be done on other networks, such as our network, but for them to put that into the RLTP, they would have to commit to pay for it. I haven't heard that from your council. And then just those reporting requirements, which I've already mentioned. Now, coming into the region, I'm going to talk briefly about some of the key projects in the region. We have quite a significant program actually in the Wellington region of roads of national significance and roads of regional significance that are underway. We have 3 that are underway and 2 that are in planning. And we have a program of safety works underway or completed, and active modes, the Petone to Melling cycling link, which is completed, and Te Ara Tupua, which is the Petone to Ngā Uranga connection, which is due for opening before the middle of the year, which is very exciting. So that's the snapshot of the overall investment. So around 3.3 billion for the current NLTP. Again, that's fairly consistent with how it's been in recent years. And we have a number of key things underway, including the new North Island rolling stock project for new carriages for the Wairarapa and Capital Connection lines, and significant maintenance programs.
I've got a question from Councillor Lawler.
I'm just trying to understand the map of the roads of regional and national significance. I know there's been some suggestion that the east-west connection, which I'm assuming is Petone to Granada, might have harbour impacts. I'm trying to work out how that could be because it looks quite far south of the harbour, the Powatahanui and
I will come back to that one.
Okay, thank you.
So Te Aranui o Te Rangi Haiata, the Transmission Gully motorway, is something that we have taken over the management of from what was formerly PPP. So we are having to complete all of the works that were not finally done. So there's both ecological activities and construction. So we've gone through and identified all of the outstanding activities and have a significant amount of work underway to complete all of those, and working actively with Ngāti Toa on ones in this region. And then we obviously need to make sure the network is operating as planned. So an outline of the program deliverables that we're looking at over the next 2 years. We have the fish passage works, resource consents and compliance, including the Porirua Harbour Restoration Initiative, and we've been working with Ngāti Toa on the Accord as well. Lanes Flat, which I have some more slides on. Planting and pest management, so we planted over 400,000 plants in the last season. We've got another big planting program for the winter this year. The Horikiri Stream and Te Puka and Lower Wainui Stream restoration work. Work at State Highway 58, which is ongoing, and the Powatahanui works are about to get underway. We have spoil sites and sediment retention ponds to decommission and remediate. Drainage and pavement improvements, which you will have seen a lot of that happening over this summer. That was the main program there, and obviously then managing the road itself and how it operates.
I've got three. Councillor Lawler, then Councillor Hayward, then Councillor Trilland.
I have a number of questions about the presentation. I'm happy to ask them all at the end if that's easier. I'm just not sure what our process is.
Because
I'll wait till the end.
Yeah, wait till the end. Okay.
Okay, so summer maintenance. So we've this was completed in January. So we've done 54,000 square metres of chip seal and 11,800 tonnes of asphalt. That's a massive, massive program, and there was quite a bit of drainage. What you'll see now is the remaining works is what we call the rehab at Waitangarua northbound. So the southbound works was due to be finished. I just haven't talked to the team about whether they got out of southbound in the last day or so because of the weather, but that's completing that section, so that will be to the asphalt standard. And then I think we may have one small section of chip seal that we'll do a bit later in summer. And obviously we've also increased the speed limit to 110.
You're assuming we're getting summer.
Please note that the Raumati Straits remains at 100 kilometres an hour. It does not meet the safety standards because of it doesn't have the shoulders width for safe stopping. So be careful. State Highway 58 Safety Improvements Project. So we're into the Moonshine to Flighties section of that. So we have works underway there, and you can see there one of the large culverts. We have had questions raised with us whether these culverts were really necessary, and I think you might have observed the flooding in that last event. They are definitely needed. They have been very carefully assessed against the natural conditions there and the types of rain events that we get in the region. We also have the shared paths, bus stops, drop-off areas, the lighting, and other works that we need to do. It is disruptive. We absolutely understand that. The team continues to try and work as best they can with local residents, particularly up the side roads, to ensure that does complete as best it can. This was the most dangerous road in the Lower North Island, and removing the harm, but also ensuring good access to those side roads will be a fantastic outcome once this work's completed. The Petone to Granada Road of national significance, so this is in planning currently, and we have funding to do the designing and take it through that fast track approvals process. We have consultants working on that. The plan is to lodge later this year, and we are working through the requirements as set out under the fast tracks legislation. We will have targeted community information sessions later in March. The actual dates have not just been quite locked in, where people can come to drop-in sessions and talk to our team. We're currently doing investigations, so where we go and do drilling to understand the underlying ground conditions and the land stability and environmental factors that need to be taken into account. And we have all of our specialists involved in that work. It's all done under Wellington City Council consents. And here's the overview of that alignment. This information is also all available on our website.
I see the flyover on the website of it.
I don't think that's been loaded up.
Okay.
But yes, we will have that available at some stage. But you can see there we have north-facing on-ramps. We don't have full interchanges, so the priority use of this is to connect between State Highway 1 and State Highway 2. So we don't expect people to be wanting to move in all directions. So that's why we have the north-facing on-ramps onto State Highway 1 and onto State Highway 2, but also then a connection over into Hutt City itself. The alignment is quite different. If you recall the previous alignment, that was we terminated that project in 2017, which went further to the north. That alignment had significant constructability challenges, was very expensive, also had very large interchanges and quite significant ecological impacts. This one will have its own set of impacts, but much less than the previous alignment that was considered. It does have two tunnels under Mark Avenue and under Woodridge, and an access point that will enable connection into the plateau there through Lincolnshire Farms area. So that's that one. And finally, Lanes Flat. As you'll be aware, we've had the works from Transmission Gully here, the big holding sites for fill material that was removed from the project. That fill has now been relocated further north, and we have plans underway to remediate the site and also place a operations site for the Wellington Transport Alliance, which manages all of the state highway network in the region. So the overall site here will is shown that has the stream area obviously in blue, and then there's the existing native bush area that we're not proposing to alter, but then adding in additional plantings and green space and areas that will act as a wetland when we have rain. Up on the top left there, obviously there's the bridge that goes across the stream, and we have plans to put a cycling clip on there. Those plans are quite well advanced, and we're looking to get into those in the next month or so, once we've completed that planning work. So that will create an environment that's much more consistent with the natural environment that we want to see through there, while still having the operation building for WTA there. And they're quite low profile buildings that will sit on that site.
Taking lists of names. So back to you, Moira. I'll add you, Josh.
Sorry, I'm still not clear about the Petone to Granada link, whether there are impacts on the Porirua Harbour or inlet. That's my first question. Shall I go through them all?
Well, not compared to the road that was originally designed. This road is so much different.
Well, just be very good to be clear about that, because the scuttlebutt is already kind of current.
Yeah.
So ecological impacts are being assessed at the moment. That's the process we're currently in, and we're working with Ngāti Toa as mana whenua, as well as with Tamariki whānui. So we are actively looking at whether there would be any impacts. Obviously, there's both sides. I'm not sure where the catchment actually sits relative to that, but that will be actively investigated and looked at as part of that work.
Thank you. TGM, I know this is somewhat of a fraught issue, but those of us that were there in the beginning as residents, there were undertakings given about treatment of roads. Once TGM was up and running, I live in Porirua Bay, there were undertakings that, that'd be great, we'll be able to look at treatment of Centennial Highway, etc. You know, the issue of clearways in Mana Esplanade. I'm just wondering, does any of that factor in the current plans?
So we obviously need to look at what we plan to do on our state highway network, and we do that through a range of things. So we have, in the short term, we have activity management plans just like you do, and in the long term, we're currently working on a 30-year strategic plan for our state highway management in the region. So we look at a range of things there, and we also look at the GPS, which gives us particular direction over things we can and can't do under any particular settings. So in terms of State Highway 59 in particular, we're working really closely with Council on what is actually happening around housing development in the region, because that is what will determine any changes that we do make. And so we're not currently making any changes until we have clarity and certainty about that. And then we'll be looking at how that corridor will function in future, and therefore what the best way of managing the road itself is.
Thank you. Just in terms of lanes flat, it would be good to understand the sort of portion of the site that's dedicated to car parking and who the expected user of that is. Is that for staff, or are you assuming the public will need that much parking? It looks like a lot of parking.
It's staff parking, and I'm not involved in the very detailed planning. There'll probably be work vehicles there. Okay. And we have a lot of work vehicles for the management of the network.
Okay. I mean, and I suppose my follow-on question is, have the local harbour groups been consulted about that plan? Because I know I've heard some of them talk about their aspiration to have a salt marsh there, which I can't see in the planting plan. I'm just wondering what engagement has happened with local harbour groups.
I mean, I'm not across that level of detail of planning, but we can certainly talk to our team about any specifics. Obviously, anything we do there has to meet our consent conditions, so that's why there's extensive planting and spaces available for water retention and management.
Thank you. And I guess my final question is, I suppose I'm interested in, maybe perhaps you can't answer this question, I'm just interested in the Infrastructure Commission and the Infrastructure Plan and how that sort of trickles down into, is there any interchange between NZTA and the Commission, or does that all just sit with ministers?
At official level, of course, we do work with the Commission. That's really important. The plan itself is that, the Commission has a independent function in terms of how it does that. So we obviously read it with great interest, and then we'll reflect on that in terms of what we do in future as well.
Okay, I've got a list. Next is Jeff, then Kylie, me, Josh, Nathan, Izzy.
Thank you, Emma. I forgot your colleague's name, so I apologise.
Adam.
Adam, nice to meet you as well. With regards to Lanes Flat, Councillor Law has already answered one of my questions. But with regards to that site, are you aware of interface with Wellington Electricity because of the sensitivity around that area for flood, and whether or not there was any need to work with Wellington Electricity beyond the lines in terms of being able to help assist them with trying to find a more redoubtable solution for the infrastructure, the transmission substation that is in a flood-prone, also in a flood-prone area?
Well, we do regularly engage with Wellington Electricity. I'm not aware of any particular engagement on that matter, but it may well be happening.
Okay. I was hoping that if you could give a little bit more of a deep dive into the particularly vexing issue of the enforcement orders and abatements related to TG, and noting that there has been a slide talking about the improvements that have been made. How much of that is in regard to enforcement orders, and how much is that in addition to any requirements around the consents that already exist for TG?
So our intention is to meet all of our consent conditions, and obviously in order to do that we have to address all of the issues that have been subject to abatement notices. We're on track to do that, and a number of those, we have resolved those outstanding issues. Some of them were, obviously, we've been through a settlement process that's commercially confidential and I can't discuss in detail, but some things were paused until that was resolved. We're absolutely committed to resolving those issues.
And in terms of the timeframes, as you point out, in terms of meeting those compliance issues, what is the timeframe so that we can communicate this in general terms to the public around that timeframe?
Most of the work would, I expect, I'd have to go back and get the specific timing, but it's within the next 2 years.
Okay.
And we meet regularly with Wendy and with the other chief executives involved, including Ngāti Toa, to discuss that progress and ensure that we're on track.
And so just to tie this one up before I get to my next question, the measures that have been suggested, I think it's slide 26 that was brought up, the 8 areas of program deliverables that are regarding the ecological, for the most part, the ecological status of that project. How many of those are in addition to the requirements around meeting, resolving those abatement and enforcement order issues? Because I want to see how far further forward leaning in NZTA is on those parts.
I'm not sure I can make a distinction like that when we see the meeting all the consent conditions is the project that we have in front of us.
Okay.
We must do that, and we are committed to doing that. It's absolutely a priority for us. We can't do that without having resolved all of the other issues, that including abatement notices, but we're not limiting to that. So with the Harbour Accord work, for example, we have said that we think we can do some additional work to align with and support the Harbour Accord. So we're going to do that as well.
Okay, that's a good example. Thank you. Now, last one, and this is going to be a really curly one. You'll need to fill me in. What is the current status around CVSCs, especially around Mackay's Crossing? That kind of died, basically, the project, if I recall correctly. What is the status of...
I'm afraid with the patients very much alive. So that will be opening in June of this year.
So it is happening.
It is happening. And if you've been past recently being driven by someone else going at a pedestrian pace, you would actually see there is there is a site there. There is actually, the building is now on site, the police building that they'll be based in. We are currently working through the timing for putting the weigh in motion sites into the pavement. So for those of you who aren't familiar with our commercial vehicle safety centres, the major ones that we have weigh in motion. So we put the weighing system under the road. So it will be on the southbound lanes approaching Mackay's, and then on the northbound lanes on State Highway 59 and on Transmission Gully. They weigh every axle of heavy vehicles going across them and immediately can identify if those axles, if they read the number plate, they weigh every axle, they immediately identify if there's any overweight loading on that vehicle, and then it's called into the site to have a chat to our police officers there. And they actually operate 24/7, although they don't always have police on site, so we can follow up with any non-compliant vehicles outside of the policing staffing hours. And we have a separate set of scales and brake testing and other facilities that will be built on site as well. That construction's all well underway. That's an incredible technology. So they can also call in all trucks if they want to do an all trucks check of logbooks, for example. And what we have noticed is that compliance breaches where we have turned on these new sites, where we've had perhaps a 7% rate of non-compliance, it drops to well under 1% very quickly. And once we have the network of 12 major CVSCs, we'll then start rolling out a set of smaller ones that won't have quite the same level of technology in them, but will provide safe sites for police to monitor the heavy vehicle fleet on all other roads as well.
Two subs. One, so if I've understood the placement, it would cover both the entrances through the coastal highway and TG?
Correct.
And secondly, what happens to the existing weighbridge, which is obviously further down? There's a physical building there. What is to happen with that building? What I would be most concerned about is that it turns into rack and ruin because it's no longer being utilised.
Yeah, we do need to go through a decommissioning process for that, and that will be done in due course. I don't have a timeline for that.
Okay, Kylie?
Thank you, Emma and Adam, and I won't forget your name, Adam, because that's my husband's name, so there you go. I want to talk about short-term pain for long-term gain. In particular, I note that there are some Paremata residents in the room at the moment. When you went through your summer maintenance schedule, and there could be some disruption over the next kind of 6 months to a year, this was back in last year, we were asking, with northbound and southbound closures and traffic having to come through State Highway 59, some of us questioned the Mana Clearway bylaw, and A, when was that up for discussion, and B, were we able to make any provisions in that bylaw for temporary, which we were told no, which is fair enough. We were then told that it was a council bylaw, but it is in fact an NZTA bylaw. So I'm wondering if you could firstly answer those questions for me in regards to when that bylaw is up for. And I do understand that there's a lot of planning going on, depending on what the Northern Growth area is doing. But I just want to talk about the now while there's a little bit of a lot of maintenance going on in TG. That's my first question.
Yeah, so we have no plans at this stage to review the bylaw until we've completed that other work and understand the future expected use of the State Highway 59 corridor. It is a state highway. It is a permitted use. So to use it as a detour when we have significant work or an incident on Transmission Gully is exactly, that's why we've retained it as a state highway rather than revoking it, because it does serve an important purpose to the network.
Which I absolutely agree with. However, have you driven the Mana Clearway when TG has been closed, southbound or northbound?
Yes.
Yep. And buses replace trains that don't get to destinations, and then you have people parked in a clear way when they're not supposed to, and there's obviously no, it's not regulated. Who's it meant to be regulated by? Well, what's the enforcement side of that? Who's meant to enforce that?
Well, they're meant to tow them.
Yeah, we do go and move vehicles when we need to. We've always had the ability to do that. And yes, we've all become very used to the service level that we get from Transmission Gully, and when there is significant disruption, we do work with Metlink and others as much as we can to plan and arrange so that we don't get a perfect storm of everything having to divert on one day. But we can't always manage around that. You know, the rail closure program is set quite a long way in advance. And, you know, the program of work we've had on Transmission Gully, we've had to really carefully look at that, because we could have Transmission Gully under roadworks and temporary traffic management for 4 or 5 months of the year. And so using some targeted closures and lane closures enables us to get more work done in a shorter period of time. We don't do that lightly, and we do try as much as we can to work with all the partners and to look at events happening in the region and work around those things.
Actually, I have noticed that, and also I have noticed that I think it was one early morning, I saw you guys running along the Mount Esplanade delivering letters into letterboxes. So that doesn't go unnoticed, but we do, as particularly as councillors, get a lot of grizzles from local residents, which I think is actually quite valid. The other second thing I had is around the lanes flat development. Now, we have noticed, or a lot of residents have noticed, that there's a lot more truck activity happening on Grays Road. I know that's not your road, that's our road, but that road gets a hell of a beating, and particularly with wet weather and things like that, and potholes. And I do note that there are signs that say not suitable for long trucks and all that kind of thing. But as you say, we can't stop people. Is there comms when they're working on the lanes flat to actually go a different way and not keep using the Grays Road, or is that what's happening there? That might be a mic question, I don't know. But
well, I'm not aware of whether they're our trucks or other trucks, but I can certainly talk to our team and ensure that, I mean, we wouldn't generally expect them to use Grays Road. We'd expect them to either use 58, 59 or Transmission Gully. So I can certainly talk to ours, but I don't know about other vehicles that would be using it.
Okay. We can certainly have a closer look and come back.
That'd be great. And thank you, Emma.
Welcome.
My turn, Emma. 15, 16 years, been waiting for the pedestrian crossing at the shops at Porirua Bay. And you promised when TG opened, the community at Porirua Bay would get that crossing. And we're still waiting.
So under the current GPS, we have very specific restrictions on what we can do around pedestrian crossings on the state highway network. We obviously would not want to put a pedestrian crossing in that would be unsafe. And so we will not proceed with one that we can't put the correct safety treatments in for the nature of the crossing and the traffic that's using that road.
I'll make no comment. Josh.
Thanks. Yeah, I got a couple of questions. The first was around the government policy statement and the timetable we're seeing on that. So you said that we're going to have government policy statement this year. We've then got a general election. I'm thinking about our decision making in the context of going through into the next long-term plan. Is the government policy statement changed at a set timetable? Do we know when the next GPS will be after this one? And if not, do you have any idea about, hypothetically, if the government were to change, would there potentially be a new GPS by the time we're doing our LTP mid next year, or should we be assuming that our next long-term plan is based on the GPS that comes out this year?
So the GPS is required to be released prior to the finalisation of the National Land Transport Plan. So we would normally assume that we'll have a finalised GPS around March of next year. That would be our normal cycle, but the initial draft will get released sometime in the next few months of this year. And there will be a general election, and it will change in some way, shape or form between now and then.
So between the draft and the final, there's an election.
Yeah. So what would usually happen is that there'll be a new draft GPS after the election. Generally speaking, we wouldn't expect to see that new draft GPS until sometime after New Year, depending on government formation. And in the last two changes of government that have impacted on this, we've ended up having to extend the time frame for finalising the GPS and then finalising the NLTP by a couple of months.
So what's the point of having a draft GPS that comes out this year that there's no effect given to for the election? Or is this one of those things that it is what it is?
Yeah. It is the nature of the
So it
planning
doesn't
cycle.
make sense, but it just is what it is. Okay, cool. No, that's that's useful to understand. Thank you. Transmission gully. So we've had this increase to 110 kilometres an hour, which a lot of people are happy about, but it's at the same time as we've got this extended period of closures. How often are road users actually going to be able to drive TG at 110 kilometres an hour?
Every day. There's
So-
one closure now on northbound at Waitangerua.
So the closures we're saying aren't going to result. We're not.
It's not a closure there. It's
still open.
It's still open. It's simply temporary traffic management while there are resurfacing.
Yeah, but
The
at
rest
a
of the
different
road is at 110 currently.
Okay. The increase in speed limit, does that, and I just don't understand the science of this, is there likely to be a significant increase to wear and tear to TG with cars consistently driving at a faster speed?
No, the road is designed to 110.
Okay, cool. On Petone to Granada, what's the rough projected cost of that project?
I don't think it's even costed yet, is it?
Well, we don't have final costings yet. No.
Okay. So I'm thinking about it in the context of, so we've had this recent New Zealand Infrastructure Commission report. We've seen that in terms of roading projects in New Zealand, I believe the comment that was made in it was that genuine user demand isn't mapping to what's being projected or what is currently being planned. Do we know if this specific project does have genuine user demand, or is this just being driven from the top?
So there are a range of factors that we look at in considering new roading infrastructure. Returning to Granada Road has a number of factors relating to it. Obviously, it provides a much more efficient connection with potential time savings over 10 minutes at peak times, and it significantly reduces congestion on State Highway 1 through into Wellington by reducing that congestion and queuing back up Naranga Gorge. So that has an efficiency improvement. It also has a significant resilience contribution to make. It's been consistently identified under the Wellington Lifelines work as an important way to enhance resilience, both in day-to-day resilience in terms of everyday factors that can impact on the journeys that people are having around the region, but also in terms of a major weather or seismic event. There's also it contributes to housing development, so opening up access to land through that part of the region.
So would you say that the potential issues with some of the roads that are being planned at the moment that were highlighted in that report that's just come out don't necessarily apply to the specific project in your view?
And I can't comment specifically on the Infrastructure Commission report.
Okay. I saw as part of the discussion around that and the cost of all of these roads that there was the directive from the Minister for NZTA to look at future roads as being toll roads. Is it likely to be a toll road?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last thing I just had the similar comment around lanes flats. It just seems like a lot of concrete for the car parks in an area that seems like it wants to be a wetland. But I think the others have others have made that point. So that's all my questions. Thank you.
I've got 4 more. Have you got time? Because I know you had to go to 11. I'm cutting at 4, so no one else. So I've got Nathan, Izzy, Kathleen and Mike, and that's it. Nathan?
Sweet. Look, I just want to go back to the clearways on Mana Esplanade. It's a hot issue with the residents along there. So the review of the bylaw is not going to take place until work on State Highway 1 is completed.
No, until planning work on the future of State Highway 59 is completed.
Okay. So is there any levers to adjust the bylaw in any way to make that pain easier and to make that road safer along there during those events where it will be highly congested?
We're not planning to make changes to the bylaw. The current roadworks and activities that we've had are almost completed for this season, so we wouldn't expect, unless there's an unplanned event, that there would be that level of congestion and traffic using the road.
So the current summer of works is nearly completed, but we've indicated 5 years of this project. Are the next 4 summers going to be to the same extent of the work that we've seen this summer, or is it going to be lesser work?
We haven't planned it to that level of detail yet in terms of exactly how it'll be managed and how the impact on journeys will be managed, but we will be taking into account the impact on the other road parts of the road network at the time we do that.
Okay, thank you. And just my second question is more around the enforcement and policing. Obviously, there's a lot of hubbub around the amount of people going well over the 30-kilometre-an-hour speed limit on Transmission Gully during the works. And obviously, you stated earlier that the money generated from policing any such road compliance goes into a consolidated fund and is not to benefit anything. Is there any more levers that can be pulled, or was there any extra policing that could have been done to improve the road user experience on there? Because at the end of the day, the reason you're doing this work on the road is to make the road fit for purpose for the users.
So we really encourage all road users to follow all speed signage, particularly around roadworks. And as many people have experienced, the signage is there to protect our staff working on that network. It's also there to protect the road users and their vehicles from damage. And when we're resealing, particularly with chip, part of that process is bedding in the chip through vehicles driving over it at a speed that is set for bedding in chip. If people drive faster than that, the chip is kicked up and will impact on people's journeys. And we have the speed limits on both sides of the road to ensure that vehicles in both directions are at lower speeds, so any chip that is dislodged does not cause damage such as paint chips and glass damage. We do work with police, so I work with the road policing manager and the local area police commander, and we raise our concerns around that, and police from time to time will target those sites. Saw some over in the Wairarapa doing that yesterday, so that is absolutely part of what they do, but people won't always see them because they won't always be there all of the time, and policing on a motorway standard means that there's quite long loops that they do in terms of working from one side of the road to the other.
Okay, no, thank you.
Izzy?
I think part of my annoyance around that chip seal, all that work going on Transmission Gully, is I just always think measure twice, cut once. And we were given, I don't know, so many, like before Transmission Gully went in, we were given assurances that we got this right, we're not going to have to go through and do it, and here we are. I think Councillor Lawler and others have covered my questions around Lanes Flat. Really excited to see the safety improvements going in for State Highway 58, not only improving driver safety, but also better manage the waterways. So I think a couple of residents will be, especially one in particular, will be happy to see that. I was curious around the Petone to Granada and how you were talking about anticipation of traffic flows, traffic travel, and wondered why you wouldn't consider both ways travel. You said something about just northbound, or here at Keneperu when that went in, there was anticipation of traffic flow that we wouldn't need to go to Wellington, but now we're finding people from Kenepuru who are going from the hospital in order to go to Wellington have to go through Tawa or come all the way back to Porirua City to go to access the state highway. Is it funding? Is that why you have not considered?
The primary thing is actually about what the road is there to do. And when we look at where people are and what journeys people are taking, the additional value of that connection is primarily to connect those two major highways. And so there's not, for example, you wouldn't take that road to go around to Petone and then come down State Highway 2. You just wouldn't do it. It doesn't make any sense, and it would make a longer and probably more stressful journey. So we've looked very much at what are the journeys that people are making and how do we best serve that need. Now, you could say, oh, well, why don't you just put a full interchange in? But that is going to add 500 million, something like that, and huge impacts on the environment because you have to go very large in those speed environments to make them safe.
Kathleen.
So you mentioned the Harbour Accord work that you would be contributing to that. Can you give us an idea of what that would look like?
So it's currently what we've been looking at is some of our planting program and how we could work alongside the waterways in particular.
So planting along the waterways?
So yeah, relating to how we connect to the waterways that go into the harbour.
Okay. 50k, sorry, you know the crossroad that we're talking about, Porirua Bay?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the area they're talking about 50 k's that you've got to slow down to?
Correct.
Is that not a consideration for crossing? I know it's a state highway, but you've got to slow down to that low speed. Is that not considered, the 50k is not considered a safe?
It's not a safe speed for a pedestrian crossing, no.
Oh, the site coverage is each end is what you're going to say.
Well, you need to slow vehicles more than that for safe pedestrian crossing facilities, particularly where you're on a slope and so on.
Right. The 110 k's that TG's gone up to now, was that designed to be 110 from the start, or is that because of this resealing that you've done?
The road itself was designed to 110 specification. That's what we do for new motorways. Mm-hmm. So the ability to raise the speed, we determined that there would be no point doing it till we'd finished the current work program.
Okay.
So if we're going to have a summer of works, there's no point raising the speed limit just before you do that.
So why was it 100 at the start?
So when it was originally gazetted, it was gazetted to 100.
Okay.
And then that changed after that.
Yeah. With regards to the Granada North motorway that you're looking at doing, will that have any impact on the traffic at State Highway 2? You talked about Noranga Gorge reducing the traffic on our side, but what will it do
certainly
to State Highway 2?
Southbound State Highway 2 traffic, southbound that then turns and comes up State Highway 1, it would definitely impact on that traffic. So that traffic would no longer do that. The majority of people would choose to take the Petone to Granada Link Road because that would be a more efficient connection.
So is it really more about opening up the land so that there's more housing that can be kind of built?
That's one of the factors.
The main driver?
Efficiency. So efficiency, economic growth and connection is a key factor. Housing and resilience are other key factors.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay, that's it, Emma. We've come to an end. So thank you very much, and thank you for staying, both of you. Okay, we're going to go back to our council meeting to 11.5, submission on simplifying local government. Thank you, Councillor Ford. Thank you, Councillor Ford. Brian or Wendy, who's doing? Got you both. Brian.
Kia ora, councillors. I just wanted to briefly remind you that you gave me some feedback at the workshop last week. So you requested a number of things which are reflected in the submission. One was that you wanted to see some strengthened references to kind of decision making occurring at the appropriate level, local versus regional. So there's that's been added into the submission. You asked about adding in a reference to the level of support in the region around Māori ward retention. So we've put that into the submission. And then the third thing that was quite strong feedback from a number of you was just to remove that reference to 2028 as a kind of hard deadline. So we've taken that out. So those are the key changes made. Probably the only other thing to draw your attention to is that there's both the formal submission that is coming in from you, and then there's the survey response, and I've indicated what I think are the appropriate responses to that survey that is sitting on the DIA website, and I've given those responses in the cover report, which are entirely consistent with your formal submission. So other than that, I'll take the paper as read.
Thank you. Questions and comments together. Anyone? Anyone? Everyone's happy? Okay. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Well done. 11.16, establishing a joint working group on regional governance. Moving that one, seconded by Councillor Waddle. Any discussion on this? Councillor Lawler.
Yes, thinking about this, I guess my questions are around our role as elected representatives as opposed to mayors on the mayoral forum. How will we be kept in the loop? And also, you know, I liked the sort of the set of kind of work that the working group was doing in terms of research and evidence and scoping this and looking at that. Will we see those papers? It feels to me a little bit, those are my questions. I don't want to end up sort of being a mushroom.
The intention absolutely is to bring progress reports to each of the councils that are participating in the project throughout the project. And in fact, there is one of the recommendations in the report is very much along the lines of making sure that there's regular feedback from both the mayor and I imagine through the chief executive to the council.
So just to follow on, does that include working documents? Like, will we see the workings of all of this?
We're at the very start of this process, obviously. So if you take water reform as an example, we have tried to, through that, we've had multiple working groups at various levels, and so we've tried to convey the breadth of the information. And where councillors have said, oh, we'd like more on that, we've brought that back to you in workshop sessions or whatever. So, you know, without this actually being designed at the front end, that is how I would foresee that operating for this too.
I wouldn't expect anything hidden.
No. So I guess then that's all I'm signalling, that it feels to me appropriate that we have access to all of the relevant documents.
Councillor Philo.
Can officers provide some context on how the other regions are responding to the government's proposed reforms?
As in other parts of the country?
Yeah. Are they pursuing a similar bespoke kind of?
So my understanding from a number of conversations is that Northland, Southland, Taranaki, and also parts of the sort of Waikato Bay of Plenty are all embarking on similar processes of working together with various different kinds of future governance options, and many of them are looking at sort of bespoke approaches to how they tackle this.
Anybody else? Yeah, Councillor Hayward.
No questions but comment.
Yeah, sure.
when it comes to amalgamation, I will support the motion on notice. To clarify my support, that does not mean that I've changed my tune on amalgamation. But when we as a council voted to have a non-binding referendum to let the people give us a mandate to talk about it, they came back with a slight preference to do so. I will honour their voice in this matter. That matters to me. I'm sure I'm not alone in that point. I will also want to take the remainder of this opportunity to set up my expectations on how this process could play out. I had contemplated an amendment, but I'm going to give the Mayor the benefit of the doubt in acting in good faith on behalf of our council and city. I also want to give thanks to the officers in the workshop who listened to my feedback about the willingness to look broadly at evidence as part of a robust and transparent process. We hear a lot from some about the virtues of amalgamation. I've covered my 2 cents on the flawed arguments about saving money and economies of scale already, but what I do want to cover are the consequences of the process outlined on the paper on notice and avoiding stuff-ups. For me, there are some hard lines that just won't shift. Any consideration of amalgamation must meet an explicit public endorsement. People must know what they are getting. Even if central government doesn't think that there's a need to seek the public's endorsement, we are negotiating with councils who did not ask their communities to start this corridor, like Wellington. I expect much of the support in the referendum is based on the idea that people would get to sign off on the final version. Otherwise, I think it would be a stuff-up. Furthermore, this process shouldn't be rushed. The referendum result was tight, which shows that people are not strongly necessarily in favour of the issue one way or the other. Pushing at speed will only make people feel more suspicious and undermine our ability to bring the community along with us in good faith. If that's our intention, I think that would be a stuff-up. Next, structure matters. If we're going to consider, as part of the analysis, the idea of merging or reorganising councils, there's going to be a clear model for representation. It's one of those things that people are going to ask about. The Local Government Commission sets a hard cap of 30 councillors. If you had 30 councillors in the new council, they would halve the number of councillors compared to what we have right now with all the 4 councils and Greater Wellington Regional Council. So for those who love fewer councillors and saving money, good news. But for Pasifika, Asian, Māori communities, fewer representatives means larger wards and less opportunity for a diverse table, especially up in Porirua East. That would be a stuff-up. We need to avoid the situation in Auckland where each councillor represents 90,000 people on average. For comparison, a Member of Parliament covers around 60,000 and a regional councillor in Wellington covers about 30,000. For 500,000 people in Wellington with even 25 representatives, that would mean about 20,000 people per councillor, not the 4,000 we have in Porirua. So access to local representatives would be reduced no matter which option you choose. Now, in Auckland, they resolved that risk by with a lack of a connection through community boards. But like those in the Wellington region, they have no devolved powers, no fiscal responsibilities. Perhaps community boards should be reserved for the very remote areas deep in the hinterlands. But what about those communities for which geography is not a barrier? People with disabilities, migrant and refugee communities, Rangatahi, Pasifika, of Hope. The voice of Porirua does not ignore those groups because that would be a stuff-up. We must also acknowledge the role of mana whenua, me, matawaka. Point 41 of the paper, the submission paper, the previous item, highlights the government's proposed approach for reform does not adequately provide for iwi and Māori interests. So I want to give a shout out for the inclusion of language that illustrates the need for broader corridor about true shared responsibility with mana whenua who are at present unable to vote but can be at the table, as the case now. There are a multitude of challenges ahead, and they will be some of the most consequential for the public. I hope our representative will be proactive and forward-looking in assessing our RRP, as all other members will be. Otherwise, a future structure risks repeating the mistakes of other councils like Auckland City. So I urge all of us.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in Parliament. No, he's still got time.
I've still got time.
He's got how many minutes? 1.5 or 1 minute.
I urge us all to think carefully as we walk down this path, because while we might make mistakes, let's not make avoidable stuff-ups. Kia ora.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah. Councillor Philo.
I support this approach. I want to say, I didn't mention it in the last paper, but it's connected to this, that I do appreciate the changes to the language. From last week's discussion, we had a pretty robust discussion in the workshop. I believe it is important that we are exploring these options rather than setting a predetermined outcome. I support starting the conversation with accountability in mind and ensuring that the decisions are evidence-based and not rushed.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, all those in favour? All those against? carried. 11.7, thank you, Brian. Adoption of the Wellington Regional Triennial Agreement. Thank you. I have to put on the table, seconded by Councillor Hayward. No discussion. Anyone discussion? No. All those in favour? Against, carried. We're going to move into public excluded. Who's going to second that? Tamariki and Rangatahi Strategic Priority Workshop. Oh, are we moving it around? I don't know. That's the next one. Josh wants some councillor only time at the end. I think we're probably going to need to do that at lunch because we're going to run out of time. So oh, yeah.
We're going to go back on.
And okay. And I'm okay. Yeah, they've moved it, but yeah. Okay, we are going back online. We're ready. Okay. So welcome back. We're going to our workshop. I will ask officers to come up. Sam, up to you. Would you like questions going through or at the end?
I think questions at the end would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just signal to me.
Okay, cool. So the purpose of our workshop today is to provide an update on the progress for the strategic priority, keep Tamariki and children at the heart of our city. Presentation includes key documents, some background, some examples of actions in the work program, and the opportunity to hear from some of our external partners here on some of the actions in the work program. All right. So as you're aware, we have a children and young people's framework, which outlines the importance to our younger population and gives effect to our strategic priority of keeping Tamariki and Rangatahi at the heart of our city. The framework established Porirua as local government leaders in being child-centred, prioritising children and young people across our work, and showed we were committed to ensuring our youth are prioritised in decision-making. And we won an award for it, and this framework was originally developed in 2017.
Please take all the slides as read, though.
Oh, okay, well, I might skip through a couple of them because I know that you're actually a bit short for time. So in terms of background, we'll move on a bit. We do have these new documents, copies of here at the back, which we'll give out at the end. So I'm going to skip right through to this part here, which is in essence our work program. And what I really wanted to do was socialise the actions in the work program under the 5 key focus areas that we have. And all these actions have been agreed by all the teams across council. So all teams came together, they all put in a variety of actions that make up this whole work program. And we have a working group internally where a staff member from each team meets quarterly to report on the progress of the actions, and it's a chance to team up and collaborate on actions, and that's happened quite a lot. I'll show you some of the examples of some of the work that we've been doing as we go through this presentation. So you know the 5 focus areas. I don't need to read those out again. But this is basically what young people have said is important to them. So here's our first part of our program, which is the environment and place. And all of those bubbles around the outside are all the actions that we've committed to. And to give you a little idea of some of the things that have happened, so this is some planting that's been going on at, I just have to double check my slide. I think it was Porirua. Sorry.
You don't have to rush. Please don't rush.
Yep, so Waitangiroa and Waihora Park, and this is students from Cannons Creek School who are helping out with planting this year. We also had an initiative where we've had some bikes refurbished. We're working with Green Bikes and Trash Palace, and we distributed these bikes for free to children at Rangatahi Bay to use and get to school, which they really appreciated, which was great. And it was a great little team-up activity too between community partnerships, the waste team, and also we had the parks guys helping us to deliver the bikes. Another example of some of our work is the education in the harbour and the history of Porirua to Tamariki. We've got Steve Kenny there in the background doing some education. So under safety and wellbeing, the things that our younger population said that they were really important to them were strong families and keeping Tamariki safe, more unity in the community and more support services for people who need help, in particular homeless people. Access to counselling and free access to doctors, more mentors in schools and more exposure to recreation activities. These are top priorities for mental and physical health. And some places are considered unsafe. Rangatahi would like more opportunities to break down barriers between schools and a reduction in the impacts of vaping and alcohol, specifically bottle shops, and more action to prevent harm. Some examples of the work that we've been doing here include our Motoronga Navigators, an initiative to ensure safety around Porirua, in particular at the train station. We have our swim programs teaching water safety and swim lessons at our pools. We have our road patrol training for our schools to ensure our road safety, and Paulette does an amazing job for all of the road safety initiatives that she puts into place. Our play coordinator here, Renee, with the play trailer delivering play activations around Porirua. For opportunities and experiences, equity, the things that are important to young people are equity. Rangatahi are aware that not all their peers get to enjoy what Porirua has to offer. Education. Rangatahi know the importance of education but want more support to achieve and transition into work. Local employment and training opportunities. Rangatahi find it difficult to meet the high cost of living because of casual work and income insecurity. Inter-school activities, sporting or cultural, and they create a sense of belonging. Some of the examples of the work that we've been doing, here's at the library here, we've got ELSA holiday program going on. We have our Te Pahi bus, providing Tamariki access to events and educational experiences around the greater Wellington region. Here's an example of our Mahi Rangatahi program, offering rangatahi from local colleges the opportunity to participate in work experience across a range of teams within council. And we have some Mahi Rangatahi people here today from Aotea College. And this is an example of some programs, education programs happening at Pātaka. For connection and belonging, family and friends are the most important thing to Tamariki and Rangatahi. School, church and sports provide supportive networks for youth. Events are a major drawcard for Rangatahi, whether it be a market, a cultural event such as Te Kiwi Nui. Rangatahi want more cultural groups, more festivals and pop-up events, pop-up food events. More things to do that bring people together, places to go that enable supportive social groups to gather, such as hubs and pop-ups, more information about what's going on and improved connections between suburbs, both physical and social. The cultural diversity of our city. Cultural events and celebrations help Rangatahi to feel a sense of belonging and pride in their city, and it's important to hear and see te reo language, Māori and Pacific languages, and that people use their pronunciation particularly of names in local places. Examples include large-scale events like we have at Waitangi Day here. We have Te Kiwi Nui, and we have Lunar New Year. So these are all really important parts for people to participate in, and we've got Lunar New Year happening this weekend. For engaged and involved, this is an area that the Community Partnerships team particularly tends to lean in on. We have Rangatahi wanting to share their views and ideas about what's important to them, what they love about living in Porirua and what changes they'd like to see. Youth representation to ensure a wide range of youth voices are heard, understanding how council works and how to influence decisions, and getting information in a way that's appropriate to them. So some examples we have here are our youth panel who sat to deliberate on the Young People's Fund, Tier 1 and Tier 2. And again, we have some people here today to talk about some of the initiatives that they have been funded for. Classroom activities, providing opportunities for, that's the youth panel again. And then we've got some classroom activities providing Tamariki opportunities to have a say in what's important for them in Porirua. Training for staff and our partners on mana taiohi principles. We adopted the mana taiohi principles as part of the way that we want to work with our young people. So mana taiohi principles are developed by Ara Taiohi for the Ministry of Youth Development for people and organisations to adopt and work towards as youth development principles for their work. And they include a way of working with a youth-centric point of view. And we've provided 2 sessions of staff training on mana taiohi principles. We also invited our stakeholders, some of our youth workers, to join in with us. And we're basically teaching how to put them into practice when working with our younger people. We also provided a training session with presenters from Inside Out, which is an organisation that specialises in helping people in understanding rainbow youth terminology and inclusiveness. So basically that provides a bit of an overview of our program. The idea was to socialise today at this workshop the opportunity for you to see some of the things that we've been doing. We will be bringing a full report to Council on the 5th of March, TPK, and it will have an update and progress on all of the actions across the whole portfolio for children and young people that puts into effect our strategic priority.
Awesome.
And then we have some presenters here. So you might have some questions for me now, and then I can
Do you want the questions now, the presenters?
Actually, I'm in the essence of time, and just because these guys have been waiting a little while,
I think they should come first.
bring them.
The councillors can wait for questions.
Okay, so first up we have Kirsty Smith from Aotea College.
Green, yep, now it's on.
So Kirsty's come to speak about the Mahi Rangatahi program, and I'll hand it over. And we've also got Kat Diamond. So you push along a little bit if you like. I'll squeeze Pat. Oh, we're closer.
Okay, morena koutou. Ko Kirsty Smith, tōku ingoa. I'm the head of the careers department up at Aotea College, and just here to share a little bit about the Mahi Rangatahi program. Probably as an introduction to that, I'll just mention briefly what's called the Gateway program. So and Kat here is our Gateway Coordinator up at the college. The Gateway program is a program which is funded by the TEC, Tertiary Education Commission. And every year, every state high school, has the opportunity to apply for funding for a certain number of students to have the opportunity to go into a work placement. So up at Aotea College, we have 75 places. So each year we are funded to put 75 students out into a work experience type environment. Normally, this is students who are on a non-academic pathway, largely because it is a class of their timetable as well. And so we find those who are aiming towards university, this is not the best use of their school time, their school timetable time. But one of the great things about Mahi Rangatahi is that it actually helps us to enable some of our university pathway students to have the opportunity to have a work experience placement as well. So each year the council offers 10-ish roles to the local high schools. We end up taking the majority most years. Just saying. We think it's an awesome program. So we took 7 of the places last year. And one of the great things about the program is that it is treated like a job application. So each student, we work with them before the program starts. They have to have a CV, they have to have an interview. So it's a great practice for them to be required to do those things. They dress up for the interview. They have their CV, they have a job description, so we go through the job descriptions with them. They have to go through that whole work process. Initially, they're terrified, but they always come out at the end of the process having had an amazing time. The team at PCC are awesome. The way they look after the students, there's just a great connection, a great level of support. Great sense of celebration. They have a little celebration at the end. Some of them, then we just had one student who went for a job with the Electoral Commission. She got a glowing reference from PCC, having been at one of the Mahi Rangatahi placements last year. So it is a superb program. We'd love to see increasing numbers of places because we would probably happily fill all of them every year. But it has been a great program for us and for the students to have a chance to experience a within office experience that is related to an area that they're interested in. So just, for example, we had an event planner placement, we had social media placement, we had an economic development placement, we had personal training placement, and we had a counsellor type placement which involved being able to come to a couple of council meetings, and a few other ways. We had Pātika as well. So our arts sort of students, each year we have someone fronting house in Pātika too. So yeah, it's been an awesome program for us. And if you want to open it wider, then we'd be happy.
Izzy would like to ask you a question.
Yeah, sorry. I've just got a couple of questions. I think the Gateway program sounds like really cool. It's TEC funded.
Yes.
So Porirua's input or partnership is by providing the 10 spots, and you're saying you could do with a few more. And there's 75 students.
Yep.
So how does those 75, how do you identify the ones that would be ideal? I guess what I'm worried about is that you're going to say, that person's not doing well in class, they might be suited to that, but I don't want you to put them into a box that maybe... Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, no, I understand your question. In fact, so that the 75, this program for us is separate from our 75 student placement.
Okay.
Largely because the funding from the Tertiary Education Commission enables a student, they have a 10-week placement, so one day a week, which is sort of the same model that we use with Mahi Rangatahi. However, they also have to have credits connected to it, which Mahi Rangatahi doesn't. And most of the placements we do for that are mostly in the trades. So the trades or maybe early childhood and a few other things like hoo-ha and hairdressing and cooking, that sort of thing. With the Mahi Rangatahi program, what I do is that I actually I interview all of the Year 13 students as part of my career's service to them. And in the process of discovering what students are interested in, we place these possibilities in front of them. So there's no looking at academic results. It's got nothing to do with academia. None of the Gateway program has anything to do with academia, and it's more us within my team trying to best match someone's interests with the opportunity. And it's entirely 100% they choose to or not, and we try to put it out in front of as many students as possible.
Cool. I think last one from Ross for you.
Sorry. Great program. With our placements, do you discuss the opportunities in that way with the other colleges?
No.
So it's first in?
Yes. Well, yes, it is, except that obviously they're all going for interview. So they interview more students than they're given the places, and the interview and application process is open to all of the students in Porirua. Did you want to say something?
I can add to that too.
Yeah.
Going on. So when we do the interviews and we offer the placements, we offer them to all the colleges. So it's not just Aotea College, but it tends to be on who's got the people who are interested, and also the whole job descriptions have now been sort of over time tightened up, and we've made the jobs much more about what the purpose is. So, for example, if it's in the parks team, what are they going to be doing as opposed to working in our team? So that's really helped the process as well.
Did that answer your question? Within the careers field, we interact with each other in the different schools quite openly and readily. So there's no sense of competition, but everyone's so busy within their own school that we don't do any inter-school discussions. Yeah.
Kathleen, sorry.
Just wanted to clarify, is Mahi Rangatahi, is it a council-specific program?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay, cool. Because there's one similar, I think the Runanga have a similar program with a similar name, so it's not working with them at all. This is just purely...
This is specifically for council and positions offered across all of the teams through council, and it's grown over time, so we now can offer more positions. Other staff have come on board to say, yes, I'd like to participate.
And is it mainly to schools that you offer these placements, or do you work with social services that are doing a similar contract?
We were having questions to our Aotea people. We were holding our other questions to the end. I'm sorry. We'll come back to you. Sorry, because we've still got others to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. It was great to have the opportunity.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks. Thank you. So the next speaker that we have is from one of our Tier 1 recipients. So those are the larger funds that we give out every 3 years. Then this is Kodrian. Kodrian is from Voices of Oraha. So welcome, Kodrian. You go for it. So you've got the microphone on there.
Should I? Oh, it's working. Great. Kia ora koto, shlama, salam. Kia ora, Mayor and Council Member. Thank you so much for this opportunity to report back on our project that we are really passionate, and we thank Porirua City Council for the opportunity that we brought the projects into life. So our project name is Empowering Youth Voices. It's been designed mainly to empower our young people, especially from marginalized communities, refugee and migrants communities, which is usually we don't hear their voices and the needs that they need to thrive in this society once they settle in this beautiful country. So Empowering Youth Voices, it was first year of delivery last year, and it was like a model we just started together with the young people that we have. So it's been co-designed initiative with our 6 youth leaders that also that been turned into 6 paid jobs that within us to get into this project. Within that, we got interest of 46 registered young people, 26 who completed full program of the 8 workshop across 2 months. So we were delivering like a weekly workshops, long day to come to learn about these skills. And those workshops was leadership skills, confidence building, and storytelling, podcasting, AI for youth, all the practical skills that they need to thrive on the next opportunity, because we had various diverse backgrounds who are passionate in the community, who are passionate about job opportunities. So we deal this with the young people who they want. So the idea of the workshop, you will see in the report I've been shared with you, it's come with the young people what they wanted. But that model also, we wanted to put it in a practice. After that, we put them into like events. So there was a graduation events. That was something great. They've been old event, been designed and led by young people, with the emceeing it, with designing it, with invitation, everything. And there's a two YouTube links which we produced. It just tell you the vibes of the workshop, how it was, so you can hear that directly the voice of the young people who've been impacted. It is great. You see young people who never had this time to speak in front of 140 people. Now they speak it. And this is the program that makes the change in their life. And not only that, because after the program, we have built a community. These people are coming back to us for reference. They are coming back to us. They're saying, I applied for this job. I got this certificate from you guys. Can you be our reference? So all these things that has created a long impact that will follow the program. Within that, it was a long journey. It was a lot of stakeholders been involved. We've been working with the local organizations here with the meeting and also with other partners who provided the room and the support. So we really appreciate the team and the staff at the Porirua City Council. They were so helpful to connect us with the partners, other who work in the youth sector, and also to Whitera and Wiltec, who provided us the space as well. So within that, the impact we have led into something really great that is coming up of this year, which is called Youth Empower Summit. I would love, we will send you invite to all of you, but mark in your calendar 29, 30, 31st of May. It will be great. You'll be around. We will hold it in Pataka. This is something, another thing came out from this. It will be a model. We will host 200, 250 young people together in the 3 days, which is a half a day will be in the Parliament in the 29, but the 2 days will be in Patika here with doing a lot of workshop, panel discussion, and all of that. So this is where we saw a gap to be a stage be built for young people to express themselves, to be given the space to talk, to discuss, to learn. So our model of the project is learning and then put it into practice. It is all like that. And we had a really great opportunity to achieve it last year. We learned from it, and now we are doing it in the Summit project this year. So we'll see how it goes. I did it, mate, in 5 minutes.
No,
Great.
that was great. Does anyone
Thank
have
you.
any questions for you? Yes, Kylie.
Let's go.
Thanks,
Hey,
Adrian. How
thank
are
you.
you? How do you get the word out to possible participants, given that a lot of people with not a big voice are very shy and reserved? How do you approach that with these rangatahi?
Absolutely. So 2 ways, because I'm a podcaster. So one thing, we really invest in social media for good. So we are building our social media followers a lot. So a lot of young people follow. When we put poster out, the people straight away sign up for the program. This is one way we do, because they know Voice of All, what they are doing, who's next guest, and what's project I can involve. The second thing is through the youth themselves. So we build a network of youth who are our ambassador. The youth leaders took the opportunities, because it was this way we are like mentoring them, how you engage, how you do market, go talk to your school, talk to your community. So these guys become our ambassador to bring other young people. And when the other young people came, just they test the first workshop, then they are bringing the next friend. So that was our way. Of course, we are also getting a lot of meetings with the stakeholders, with the NGOs, just invite them to come on board.
Jeff.
Thank you.
Kia ora, brother.
Hey,
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I am really happy that you've got your venue sorted out for the
Yes.
summit. Well done.
Thank you.
And thank you to the council for the assistance, obviously, was to secure that.
Absolutely.
Intersectionality is the $20 word, but it basically means we're not just talking about young people, we're talking about young people who come from refugee backgrounds, young people who come from migrant backgrounds, young people who come from spaces where English is not their first language. If not for groups like you, how much more difficult would it be to not just hear young voices, but young voices who are from additional communities of interest as well?
Absolutely. I think that's where the beauty of such a council, if they are backing our young people of this diversity, is coming. because our young people we are very small in population. If you look at the ethnic communities, maybe we're 20% across. So that's another challenge when people start measuring our impact, how many number of people we have to bring from the city. But this model was the beauty we kind of bring when there was young people coming from Maori, Pacific, and Kiwi. They love it. Do we say no? We did not. We actually included that. So the program became very inclusive. It strengthened the social cohesion side of it. So this is something that beyond long term. After that, this is the question I was getting. Will this happen again next year? This is the young people, because I saw they didn't want to leave. They were taking a lot of photos, a lot of connection have been created. So I think these opportunities give them the opportunity to those voices to be heard. And we thank this. And we are also, the other good news, we brought other Lauha City Council into board as well. So they're also part funding as well for this project. So to bring just more young people from different regions to the. Thank you.
Wera?
Sounds like you're doing amazing work and very purposeful work. I'm just wondering what your paid staff to kind of volunteer ratio is to manage that program.
Yes. So as a coordinator, we have now, it's paid on $29 per hour. And the youth leadership, the sex opportunities we created, the original budget we had within the budget we submitted, it was basically to pay koha. But then we turned it, I said, I want to invest more. So I cut from other areas to put for them. So we paid them at least minimum wage, $23.50 that time, for across 4 or 5 months for 6 young leaders to be paid.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
And our next speaker is another Tier 2 recipient, Tier 1 recipient. This is Pagan Edmonds-Tupia from the Cannons Creek Boxing Academy.
Kia ora mai tātou, ko Pagan Edmonds-Tupia tōku ingoa. Heuri tēnei no te wharetapu o Ngāpuhi, o Ngāti Haua, no Ngāti Parau. Ai, tēnā koutou. O tira ki tēnei whare, tēnā koutou. I am the Boxing Academy Manager in Cannons Creek. I see a few familiar faces, so I'm going to utilise you guys for this little exercise that we're going to do. If I could please borrow Hemi and Kylie, because you're right there. Nathan, you missed the boat, but catch by, we're going over there. So if I could have your name, how are you feeling from 1 to 10? 1 being 10 being amazing, and your favourite ice cream flavour. I'll start. Kia ora, my name's Pagan. I'm feeling a bit anxious, so around about a 4, but hopefully after this I'll be a 10. And my favourite ice cream flavour is Goody Goody Gumdrops.
Kia ora, my name's Kylie. I'm feeling like I need to get up and move around because I've been sitting here for like 4 hours. So I'm feeling probably 6 or 7, and my favourite ice cream flavour is boysenberry.
Hemi?
Kia ora, my name is Hemi. I'm feeling about 8. And I'm missing my son who's at camp, but it's all good. And my favourite ice cream, actually, I hate ice cream.
It's good to know.
I'm sick of this stuff. I've been serving it for about 5 years, and so I don't really like ice cream. But
Ka pai, tēnā korua. So that's a great segue into kind of what we do at our boxing academy. So when our young people from our kura come in, and obviously they feel a bit anxious in a new sort of environment, we like to hit them with questions like that. 1, we know their name. 2, we know how they're feeling. 3, we got something to talk about. Ka pai? So that's kind of the way we engage with our rangatahi. Cool. We run a Champions in Schools program. We utilise boxing as the fundamental kind of outreach to our rangatahi because, 1, there's a lot of things that our rangatahi go through, and this is a good kind of segue to minimise things that they could be doing out on our streets. So that's what we kind of try get
our rangatahi engaged in. One, it's not always about boxing. That's just the tool that we use. Two, it's about us engaging with them, knowing kind of what our rangatahi are out there, what they're going through, how they're feeling. Are they being seen? That's probably a big one. We've got a lot of young people that are very quiet and they tend to get lost in the system. So we want to kind of engage in every single young person that comes into our academy and make sure that every person in there is seen, heard, and, thought of, because a lot of our rangatahi aren't. So we range from Kura as far as Newlands, all the way out to Titahi Bay, Aotea College, in the creek. And last year, our main focus was our 8 to 12 age group. Prior to that, we were thinking of our college kids, but then we knew that there was a gap there where our young people or our younger people weren't being thought of. So last year was a big sort of engagement for us to focus on those young people there in that age bracket. And man, there is a lot of young people that really love boxing and just really love being active, but they don't get opportunities to do that. So that's what we wanted to provide last year. This year, we're trying to broaden our horizons and include some of our college kids. We know that there's a struggle there with colleges and engagement, and we want to make sure that they're also thought about and maybe thinking about some outputs that could kind of help them in their everyday life as they go into puberty and whatnot. Majority of our age groups obviously range from 8 all the way to 18 plus. And we teach over the 10 weeks just the fundamentals of boxing, utilising our 8 values that we have within our academy, and ranging from different ethnicities. So we don't want to just solely focus on one ethnicity. We like to broaden that. But majority of our percentage is Māori, about 50% or over 50% Māori. And this is just them stating that their first ethnicity is Māori. So there is other cultures that do come into play. Our next is our Samoan whānau. They're the next on our list. And then we have our Pākehā and Cook Island. And then we've got all our other ethnicities, and there's a small percentage there, but we're trying to navigate and push out to those ones as well. Yeah, I'm on a roll. I use humour as a way to get through things. 3 focus points that we wanted to really engage with was active lifestyle, mental health, and social connections. And I feel like if you know the Kiddings Creek Boxing Academy, those are the 3 things that we try implement on a daily basis. Active lifestyle, for me, active is not just doing the sport itself, it's being active in how we approach ourselves to these young people, the language that we speak to them in, and are they enjoying it? The mental health side of things, obviously putting in positive kōrero into their ears, into their minds, and creating that healthy sort of relationship amongst them and their peers. We require the schools to kind of bring in kids that don't actually know each other, and half of the time they don't know that kid's in their classroom or in their school. So we're opening that for them to be able to connect, which leads into our social connections. We've got young people who are more open. They come in very shy, actually not wanting to do the boxing, but over time, over that 10 weeks, they slowly open themselves. And we get a little bit carried away with our chickens. It might not be ice cream, it might be their favourite Marvel character. And we have debates there as well, and it's awesome because that's a social connection amongst their own peers. Our impact, we really want to... Okay, now I'm going to speed through. But I think I'll leave you with one kōrero, and it's from 2 of our young people at Te Taibai North School. And 2 of these young kids that I taught when I was a teacher aide there. And one of them I really know, and it's the first person that I'm going to speak on, and his kōrero. And it's very heartwarming to hear from when I saw him to where I see him now. And that's the boy that I've always saw him to be. He just didn't know it. So this is from him. I am a really shy person, but the boxing coaches took the shyness away from me, and I was able to focus on learning techniques and skills for boxing. I signed up for a class ages ago, but my anxiety got to me before even walking in the class. So coming here during school time made me feel confident in myself to participate. I want to sign up for classes and keep going to boxing. I won't read the other one because I know we're short for time, but kia ora mai tātou.
Thank you. Kylie has a question for you.
Oh, beautiful. Hi.
Kia ora.
I've noticed out in the community, you guys volunteer a lot out in the community, and I just wanted to know, if you've seen much of it. Obviously, you would see a difference in attitude as they go along. But what do they take mostly out of volunteering in the community?
I think they take away that tuakana teina, because it's not only them obviously volunteering and giving back to our community, that's a big win for them, but them kind of doing that within themselves. As simple as cooking sausages. One of our boys could not cook sausages, so we had one of our girls teach him how to do that. So it's that tuakana teina, and they feel fulfilled. They feel like they have a purpose in being able to give back to our community, and that's one of the big things that we want to do, is just not focus on boxing, but the longevity of what boxing could do. Ka pai.
Moira.
Yes, similarly, just wanted to acknowledge the support of your organisation for the Ngahiri Korowai kaupapa when, it was first getting off the ground. You guys did turn up and do the sausage sizzle and do all the things, so just wanted to acknowledge that. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Woo! Good. We're not scary.
Right, and now they were.
Last one, everyone, so it won't be long. Kia ora, everybody. My name is Amy Delahunty, and I'm the Associate Station Manager at Wellington Access Radio. Wellington Access Radio is one of 12 access stations around the country and has been broadcasting since 1981. We are a not-for-profit and a registered charity, and we provide a space for people who face barriers to media to get their voices heard and provide content that is by, for, and about our communities. Our primary purpose is to cater to those who are named in Section 36C of the Broadcasting Act: women, children, people with disabilities, and minorities in the community, including ethnic minorities. That's what it says in the Broadcasting Act. Communities and individuals come into the station to create their own shows, and we provide studio space, training, technical assistance, and general support alongside special projects and events. We broadcast over 80 programs, and we currently have 17 different languages spoken on air. So we made a specific plan during 2024-2025 to increase the number of youth broadcasters we have engaged with the station. We do run gateway programs with a number of high schools, but they tend to be in Wellington City because obviously the access is easier. And we're really aware that the physical distance can be a barrier for young people who are wanting to engage. So we really wanted to get out to the Porirua region, and this is where the fantastic Porirua City Council came in. We were lucky enough to receive $6,000 in March last year from the Porirua Young People's Fund for a special project, creating a Porirua-based youth podcast series. So the idea was to use our portable roadcaster, transportable recording desk, to come actually out into the Porirua community to increase the accessibility of the project. We aim to develop 4 episodes of a radio show or podcast with 3 different groups of young people in the area, with the planning, content and hosting duties all undertaken by the young people themselves, so 12 episodes in all. We wanted to provide a youth-led space where they could address the issues, conversations and topics that were important to them. We would provide the training, support and technical assistance, but the end product would be entirely their own. We made connections in the community, developed training resources and held info sessions at a number of high schools. And we're now in the last term of this project and it has been fantastic. There was a lot of interest, more interest than we originally thought. So we've ended up working with 4 different groups of young people over the last 3 terms. One via Mana College, one from Aotea College, one from Te Kura Māori or Porirua, and the final one we're currently working with at Porirua College. We've trained people from each group to use the equipment and have provided support and feedback when necessary. We've also held station visits at our station in the city so they can come in and experience recording content in an actual radio station, which has been really cool. As the project has rolled out, there have been many lively discussions, as you can imagine, and thought-provoking insights recorded. So topics that the hosts have covered include kapahaka, Chinese Language Week, student transport issues, psychology and mental health, challenges that young Māori face, NCEA, the stereotyping of young people, local music, politics, and much more. Pretty much anything you can imagine it has been discussed. And once we've finished at Porirua College, we will be spending time editing the episodes together for broadcast with an estimated launch date of June this year. The podcast we broadcast live on air as well as live streamed and then be available to listen back and download via our website, and all participants will also get a copy of their recordings. It's shaping up to be a wonderful show for listeners to tune into, providing real insight into what it means to be a young person today. It's been a really fantastic experience and actually a real honour to work with these young people. I've definitely seen a notable increase in their confidence, their communication skills, and their general abilities through the weeks we've worked with them. They've learned to think about what they want to say and then planned how they want to say it. They've learned new technical skills. They've conducted interviews. They've created intros and promotions for their shows. But most of all, they've been given a space in the media which is theirs and theirs alone, a space where they can represent themselves in their own words, talking about the issues which are the most important to them. So thank you so much to the Porirua City Council for your support with this project, and we can't wait to broadcast the finished product and celebrate the show that these amazing young people have created. Kia ora.
Thank you. Moira.
Well, how will we know when the podcasts are available? Is there a launch? Or?
Yeah, we're going to have a launch in June. So we just haven't got the exact date yet, but we'll make sure everybody knows and is invited. We'll do that launch here in Porirua. Yeah, and have the young people or the hosts come in and be part of that. And yeah, they can run the event. Yeah.
Thank you both for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Sam, I've got a list of questions, people waiting for you. Sorry, we've got Kylie first.
I guess just probably more so a very short comment about how valuable this work and the space that you do for the council is. The fact, that our 4 well-beings actually want to be stripped away from us, but I think that it will never, ever affect us as a council and what you do. So thank you for that. I also want to say thank you because we asked you to provide updates for these tier 1 and 2 providers, and so I just wanted to acknowledge you for that. So it's just a thank you.
Kathleen.
That was just that question I asked earlier. Yeah.
You were asking if we...
I
think you were asking if we had, with the Mahi Rangatahi, if we went out to other social services or providers rather than just schools. Yes, we do. We have worked with Partners Porirua, and we also work with HHT, the school at HHT. So we've had some young people come from some other places as well. We do have limited positions, so sometimes it just comes down to the actual interview and how the young person performs in the interview and whether the match with the job.
What about places like Lefale and like the iwi?
Not at this stage. I think we have Sam Tyler is the person who's the leader in this project, and he's not here today, but I think he has gone to the iwi at Te Ngāti Toa, and I think we have extended it there, but not to Lefale at this stage.
Nathan, was yours a wave or a question? It was a wave. Okay, in that case, Moira.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. This is really important work and great to see some of those organisations at the table. This is really a question about the report coming in March the 5th. I note the engaged and involved goal, and there's a little bubble there around the development of a youth engagement strategy. I think it would be helpful for us as councillors to have a kind of a brief summary of the ways in which we currently engage youth, because there are murmurings out there about youth councils, etc. And so it would be good to be really clear about what are we doing now to engage youth. So a little summary of that in the report I would find helpful.
Yes, we could do that. We did I skipped over that a little bit when we were due to time sort of constraints, but we did go and engage with 800 around about young people, children and older young people when we were doing our strategy and our work program. So those voices are reflected in the work that we have put together of these documents. I've got these documents to hand out at the end. We engage with people all the time, young people all the time, in different parts of the work we're doing. You will see in some of those bubbles some work that we're still in progress. So some things we've completed, some things are still happening. We are looking at the potential to have more of a ongoing collaboration with young people through something like a youth advisory group, not necessarily a formal youth council as such. And we are working very closely with partners Porirua around how we might be able to do that. So we've early discussions at this stage.
Ross?
So all these actions here, you're in the process of delivering. Wow. I just wonder, because we talk about engagement, how do you manage the expectations that we might have and that we might not be able to deliver?
All of these actions have been agreed across all of the teams of council. So when we put this together, we went to each team and we asked each team to give us their actions. That's one of the things that I'd probably like to acknowledge. I might be the person here speaking today, sort of the glue, I suppose, between all of these actions. But this is actually a whole lot of people's work from every single team across council, and each of those teams have provided the actions. So therefore, they're actually responsible for delivering them. And we have an internal forum where we get together quarterly, and there's a staff from each team who comes and talks about the progress that they're making on those actions. And, hand on heart, we may not achieve every single action, but that's what we're aiming to do. And I think we have achieved a lot of them, and I think some of them are still a little bit in progress. Some things are much easier and sort of more, easy to tick off. Other things take a lot more work. So, we're in the middle of it all.
So just for confirmation also, so these actions are within existing budgets?
Yes, it's all just, yes. So some teams, when they came to us with the actions that they wanted to put into the work program, some teams did come up with some extra things that they may want to do, and I can think that one of the teams in particular was our comms and marketing team. They really put together a whole lot of extra things that they hadn't really considered before. There were other teams who possibly just doing their business as usual, not really anything different. But the whole purpose was really to pull all of this into one place, show and demonstrate what council is doing, the whole of council, for children and young people, to achieve that priority, that strategic priority. And I think that, we're really committed. Everybody here is really passionate about the work that they do.
Izzy?
I think firstly I just want to acknowledge the foresight that the original councillors had to move this. This was back when the mayor was Nick Leggett and the deputy mayor was Anna Coffey, and you and I were councillors. But because there was a little bit of pushback, but they were, and we're sitting here now. We understand the importance of Rangatahi, especially because we're such a young city. Earlier on this week, the Mayor and I were up at Kenneth Creek. There was an engagement up there for our Kenneth Creek library that's going in. And I was and the cage, yeah. I was impressed to hear some of our staff already talking exactly what you're saying. They want to go and actively engage with our students. So I know that it's in practice. It is business as usual for a lot of our different pockets within the council. So that's really cool. And then I just wanted to echo what Deputy Mayor Wehapi said, that we had asked you to come through and present, and you've done that. So I'm really happy with that. Thank you.
Josh.
And that was it, thanks.
Oh, sorry. Finished, and it was like, yes, Josh.
Thank you. Yes, this has been fantastic. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing. I've really enjoyed this, and it's really great to see where the decisions that we've been making are going. So thank you for that. I just had a couple quick questions following on from Councillor Lawler's line of questioning around the way we're engaging youth at the moment, and if we're comparing it to other models of engagement, so take like a youth council type approach, for example. If you compare what we're doing at the moment, how we're engaging with different sections of youth within our community, to something like a youth council model, when you look at that, do you have a view around whether something like that would meaningfully improve on what we're currently doing at the moment? Do you view that as better, worse, just different?
I think we do a pretty good job of engaging with young people on specific pieces of work. I think that we could do better by having a regular, consistent sort of voice or group of people, but the tricky thing is making sure that you have a good, diverse group, and also that you get that longevity of people staying. And sometimes that's really hard with young people.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of thing that we are investigating at the moment. As I said, when we're working with Partners Porirua to see whether we can work well with them with that, because they have very good access to a lot of young people, better than what we can do. So yeah, it'll be sort of watch the space and see what comes in the future. But yeah, I think there is room for some type of a group.
Cool, thank you. And then I guess just quickly further to that, bearing in mind resources aren't limitless, we can't do everything that we want to do. If we think about the sort of budget that we are putting towards youth engagement at the moment, are you happy, I guess, with the way we are focusing that? If we were to, something like a youth council is going to cost money. So if we were looking at something like that, would you be concerned that might actually take away from really good work that we're doing at the moment?
It's a tricky question.
And I realise this
That's
is very
putting pressure on someone lower. I'm not sure you could.
it's very
Josh, it would have budget implications.
Yeah, and I understand.
Because most of this, the budgets for the program as described today is buried in all sorts of parts of council. It's in the library and the, parks and wherever, So yes, it would require a new budget.
Yeah. So I guess I understand that it obviously would have budget implications, and I guess because we get these questions from the community, I think from the presentation you've done today, we do a really good job at engaging with young people, and so I'm trying to equip myself for those discussions that I'm going out and having around what we're doing. So I guess the message I'm getting and what it seems is that we're engaging a really broad range of people right now, and that is good. And any change that we would make, we'd have to really seriously think about how do we continue to engage that broad range of people. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I'd say that's a great summary.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. That's been really helpful. Cheers.
Mike.
Just a quick question. When you engage with colleges, do you just engage within Porirua catchment? I mean, a lot of our kids go to Tawa College, St Pat's, places like that. Do you engage with those colleges?
We tend to mostly engage with the colleges that are here in Porirua, but we do often include Tawa or HHT, the students there. We will go a little bit further just because we know that a lot of our students will go to those schools, but not really into town. Or the hut, yeah.
That's awesome, Sam, and the new document proves just the work once everyone gets a copy of that. Oh, sorry, Jeff, I did not see you. I'll just finish, but I do want to thank you and everybody in council, because actually every department is doing something and people just don't realise that out there. So thank you. Jeff, final question.
I'll keep the question short, but just to state that the nature, the direction of travel of this report, I'm in agreement with. There is a great deal of breadth and depth in terms of some of these action areas, and I suspect that there will be overlap. I look at particular with regards to the engagement section. There are multiple ones that actually will reinforce each other. So I can understand from an organisational viewpoint that each of these things have come in, but in the finessing of the final form, it will probably be useful to illustrate that as probably a bit more of a cohesive across the board arrangement, not losing those deliverables but so forth.
Yeah.
I also just want to reinforce the point that with regards to projects like Mana Rangatahi, that we not lose the opportunity as well with regards to those for whom, again, the intersectionality, I've said this on multiple occasions, that for those who are neurodiverse, have intellectual disabilities, but are in our colleges, making sure that we can try and put an equity lens with regards to how we, as a council, provide those opportunities as well. Likewise, le whale, dururanga as well. 2 questions. One, in here is mention around supporting Te Kiwa Nui. Are we making it clear that in our support that subsequent decisions when we get to long-term plan and so forth actually illustrate that as a starting point as opposed to a negotiation point where what's officers
That had a 3-year stamping, and then it's a comeback again.
Okay, well, I guess that if we're putting this in here as a work stream, that creates an additional burden that the other areas do not have, and I just want to highlight that as an issue, especially around the quality of delivery of that event, which is so important to
Ruben, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I can respond to that. They are on their last year of the 50,000 per year of funding this year. We are in discussions with them around some of their costings to find ways to make it more affordable for them. They will probably, just a heads up, be looking for support, given that we're in a long-term plan year, to kind of firm up the interim arrangement that we have put in place.
Understood. And mindful of that. I also expect that the documentation will also incorporate some way of showing how we will feed back to young people and allow them to feed the direction of travel. We are not rangatahi. So really, the ultimate guide as to whether or not we are actually doing a good job for rangatahi is if rangatahi tell us that. Last one, there was a point in here about develop a council-wide engagement strategy that reflects the Tamariki and Rangatahi strategy. I thought we had an organisation-wide council engagement strategy. Am I missing something in the description of that?
Where we're sort of talking about there, we're talking about the engagement work that Drew is doing, who is fairly new to council.
Yep.
So that's what we're looking at there. Drew has come in as looking across the whole of council in terms of engagement and the different parts of policies and different people we actually engage with.
Cool. I'm looking forward to the next iteration of this. Kia ora.
Great. Okay, thank you. We are breaking for lunch. We are back at 5 to 1. We've still got 2 more to go. So quick lunch break, grab your lunch into the mayor's office. Hey, welcome back. We are going to our council work program, 1.2, handing over to Jack and Mia.
Oh
no,
Mayor
I'm
Baker,
not.
is it all right if I just
Sorry,
do a quick
Nick.
intro? Oh, good. I hope you had some of the Taupo Swamp honey to
No,
give
it's
you
still sitting here.
Is it? Oh, you haven't had... I've just had a little
Next
sugar
meeting.
burst for the afternoon. Look, we will try and be quick because I can see it's been a long day. So this draft work program is attempting to give a governance level overview of important decisions coming up across the year. We hope it provides the transparency you're looking for and assists your overview of the work program. I will just say that the next layer of detail about the specific policies that sit mostly in Mia's group are located in the quarterly regulatory report, which you get on a regular occasion. We have inserted that finer grain of detail into this report. Otherwise, it's really difficult to manage the volume in at a glance kind of scale. I just also want to add that this example, it's not an exhaustive list and it will change. Sometimes things get a little bit further forward or a little bit further back depending on what's happening in the business. So we just wanted to temper that. And I guess what we're really doing is seeking feedback on whether we've got this level right, whether we've got the duration right, and if you'd like us to implement this high-level work program.
Jeff.
Until I turned the page over of the hard copy, I had some specific feedback. What I think, from my recollections of the genesis of this idea, was to give us top level, the things that are coming up, and not just for the next quarter, but the subsequent quarters as well. When the first document came out, we were looking at it and saying, it's only got the last quarter, I want to see some more information. Turned the page over, and it's all there. For me, I think that we are well on a positive direction of travel in terms of the detail. It gives me more certainty of thinking about those issues as they start to emerge coming into the next quarters. I am strongly reflect back that point that these are snapshots in time. Totally get that. But if you can continue to, a format that allows me to see these as they constantly change, and we can make iterations if we want to. But this is on the right track, and I'm really, really happy about that because of the second page. Thank you, everyone.
Am I missing something, or can I not see the street naming on there? I just couldn't find it in the...
It's on the
already?
first page, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else, Moira?
And the top. Yeah, the top.
I think this is incredibly helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
I wonder whether it might be available publicly, because I think lots of organisations in the city would also find it incredibly helpful. And I guess I have a question. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Oh.
Sorry, out there.
I'm sort of trying to frame, and I know it's a bit nebulous, and we've been here quite a long time now. When we talk about what we will be engaging with our community on, they're discrete technical issues, which of course it's appropriate they're there. What I'm toying with in my head is how we run maybe less of a formal engagement, more of an ongoing conversation about the level of change that we're experiencing as a council, and therefore the city will be experiencing as it all sort of starts to flow. And I know that's a slightly different thing. It's maybe a mix between a kind of communication strategy or a... So I suppose I'm still looking for that piece. And it's something, that councillors could be part of, but it just seems to me there's a bigger need, a higher level need, to be talking across the city about everything that's happening in all of this change we're part of.
Is that not just discussion with residents when you're talking to them? Like, we don't need a program because we talk to residents all the time.
Yeah, maybe.
It's our jobs.
Maybe.
Can't see how they can program that in. And you go to residents' association meetings already.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, but I'll think about it more.
Okay. Jeff.
Just one more point, and it's to the suggestion that this be a public-facing document. One context in which this could be useful is actually with our residents' associations in terms of, as we have seen them as stakeholders in the past for many of these rounds of engagement, it also gives them some clarity of what is coming up as well. But noting that there shouldn't be anything in here that I would say is commercially sensitive or breaches lagoima. So, but yeah, as to whether this is a reactive piece of material or an active piece of material is really up for discussion by officers. I think it's more reactive than active in my regard, but.
Yeah.
Well, and just noting, as Nick said, it could be subject to change and moving
It
around.
will change. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't. It will be.
Yeah. Hence the disclaimer at the bottom, just so that
Yep.
it always.
Any other questions from anybody? While the staff are here? No? You're all happy? Okay. That was nice and quick. That's good. 'cause
Sorry,
the next-
just operational. Where will it appear then if we do want to promote it to others?
We
Is it
haven't
on our
decided that
website?
yet,
We
Moira,
don't know.
but we'll come back.
So people
we'll
would let us
decide,
know.
won't we?
We do have to, it is draft because we haven't actually populated it completely yet. So we'll come back with a more final version before we talk about the public.
Yeah, it might be hard to keep it on 2 pages, just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. 1.3, climate change strategy. Nick.
Rightio, I'll hand this one over to Helen and Baptiste, having workshopped with you, was it before Christmas? It must have been.
Gosh, it must have been. Yes,
Yeah,
it doesn't feel long ago.
I will just say we did make an offer to Helmut to come and talk to us around the citizen work. But
Citizens' Assembly.
Citizens Assembly, but it's a long day for all of us. But unfortunately he couldn't make it, so we did try to coordinate that.
There is another assembly coming up. Yeah. Okay. It's not on.
We're just on that. We are extending an invite to Helmut if he's able to make the actual council meeting. So we'll hopefully be able to do that. We've also got James King here, who's the climate advisor that deals with adaptation. Should anyone have any questions, so through you, Madam Chair, if we take the paper as read and see where questions come.
Watching hands, Jeff.
First of all, thank you for providing a range of options for us on how best to move forward. I spent a sizable amount of time looking through the action points and the new measures, which I thought was quite impressive. But I'm only one man in regards to that, so I'm sure that reasonable people could disagree about the breadth and depth of those things. Can you recall for me the role of external auditing or assessment that allows us to be honest with the public around how effective our measures as in fulfilling our huri? Do we have those mechanisms in place, or has that been considered in the past?
I'm hoping that I've understood the question. So in terms of so we came to the council to ask whether or not so to say that we'd like to refresh the document rather than to go back out to the community, because there were a whole lot of actions from the original strategy that hadn't been completed. And what we're trying to do here is to just update the kind of international and national context, which definitely was out of date, keep the actions which we hadn't completed from the last one, and add in mostly the ones that are added in are ones from the Climate Assembly. We have, from an audit point of view, so in terms of those actions, I suppose the accountability is shown through the monitoring of those actions that we want to set up, which hasn't been done so much in the past on the last strategy. So that will keep us honest. from a formal auditing point of view, the auditors that come in for the annual plan and the LTP are really interested in this area and have actually singled us out to talk to us about what we've got in the climate strategy and what we have coming through in terms of KPIs and so forth. So we have had quite a lot of, there's been quite a lot of input by them, and one of the actions coming out of that is around targets for climate reporting, because it must have been stated in a previous LTP that there were that the council had approved some climate targets, and when I first came here 2.5 years ago, I was asked where did the council actually approve them, and it was in a paper, but it wasn't a recommendation. So we're trying to make sure that we cover off these things that the auditors have asked for. I don't know if this has answered your question.
I just before I get to my next question, it's just to clarify. I think that keeping us honest is a vital part of making sure we meet the objectives of Te Awatere. Some of that can be done by utilising external audits to provide public trust and confidence in it. Many of these things are just, has this been completed or not? I guess the reflection I'd say in moving forward is think about that in terms of being able to build public trust and confidence as we move through this. Also, we are not going to have a climate assembly every single cycle that is going to be able to feed in new initiatives as well. So that checkpoint is not going to be necessarily there for each subsequent iteration. I wanted to give some feedback around equity, the inclusion of that. I was wondering if officers could just perhaps just deal with my anxieties around making sure that our response with regards to weather events and those equity lenses are also being covered as well. We talk about our Pacifica populations, our Māori populations, those with low incomes, particularly up in the east when it comes to weather events and so forth, and the coverage around that.
I'll just ask James to come up and respond to that, because that's his area of expertise.
There's another chair over there, Helen, if you want to.
Yeah, if you want to squeeze in, yeah. So on the equity side of things, I think actually, Baptiste, you've got quite a good explanation of the definition that we're using.
Just working with the different communities' strength and value and long-term goals. So really adapting to our communities and looking at just the best approach. That also means that we have to be flexible as council when we approach these conversations.
I appreciate that. I know that it is noted in here about the work with groups like Remo in terms of how we are engaging with those communities, at-risk communities in particular. So I think that's covered. I just wanted to make sure that my anxieties around making sure that we've got that agility has been tranquilised in this regard. Thank you.
Yeah.
One other thing that was covered in the action points, but I just want to be clear, was around the frequency of not the mowing and making sure that obviously we're reducing the climate footprint around this. Would having a clarity around this, low mowing practices, do we do low mowing? And if would low mowing also allow us to achieve a curb cutter effect where we are both helping with biodiversity and reducing the overall carbon footprint of that amount of work?
I can't answer regarding the increasing biodiversity, but when it comes to lower mowing, first, we are, other councils are actually much more engaged. They do use low mowing approach. This is not our case. And just as a reminder as well, like the reason why we consider this is to have all these mowers less often in action, and therefore it reduces the amount of petrol we use and fossil fuel. So that's all.
I would hope that officers, whether inside this or outside of this taki, would consider low mo as one of those multiple benefit measures that a trial could elucidate in Porirua.
Thank you.
We can take that back. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good paper with the refresh in it, especially around the work areas. So I'm liking the paper. Josh, then Moira.
Thanks very much. Yeah, a couple of things very quickly. Overall, very much like this and the general approach taken. I support the inclusion of equity as a new principle. I think that that's a really good idea. And in terms of the options generally, option one being support the strategy with no further amendments, I'm happy to support that option in the interest of I want us to get going. What we've seen so far to me looks really good. And I'm very much at the stage of let's do something and we can build on that in the future if we want to. But sort of less talking about it and just getting straight into it, and I want to support the work that you guys have been doing so far, which I think is fantastic. I did just want to check on the key recommended actions. I'm looking at 16 in the paper. It says there are 5 actions proposed in the strategy, which are, and then it lists 3 actions. And I was just wanted to double check, have I misinterpreted that?
Probably just an error in our editing.
It's the...
Okay, cool. So it's just there are the 3 key actions that are proposed, and those are ABC as listed there. And I support all of those. They seem really good around engaging with younger generations most impacted. I think that's important on its merits, but I actually think from the perspective of how we're engaging with young people, just in the interest of getting more young people engaged with council, I think climate is a really good lens to do that through, and that meets more than one of our strategic priorities. So I think that that's a really good call. And the other things just seem really pragmatic and sensible. So yeah, 2 big thumbs up from me. Great work.
Moira?
Yes, just looking at the slides, just in the options, it talks about supporting the strategy, no further amendments, or adding or removing elements. And then it says support the level of input from the community for the strategy refresh. I'm just not sure what that means. I also don't support going out and doing more consultation. People will get involved once they see us doing something. I just wasn't sure what that sentence meant.
That was just exactly the question. Would council want to go back to the community for extra consultation? We will leave it up to you.
I mean, my view is no, let's not do more consultation, but certainly involve the community in the actions, which is where the pilots, I think, will be helpful.
Anyone else? Ross.
Yeah, good.
I heard it.
Good paper. I support the mitigation side of it. Sorry, the adaptation side of it. No. Couple of high level questions is why are we? You note on page 25 the high end reference scenario, whatever it is, the 8.5, reducing. A doubling, which assumes there's going to be a doubling of emissions by 2050. Why are we using that? That doesn't look possible at all at this stage.
This morning's paper said cars are back in fashion. Did you see that?
I don't want to get into a detailed
No, I don't
discussion
think they can
about
be, but...
what-
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's looking.
Are we talking about the fact that we want to take an evidence-based approach to our mitigation work?
So,
which page is it, Ross?
Page. Sorry, hold on. Page 25.
Page 25. The principle guiding, is it that heading?
God knows.
Principle guiding our approach? Is that,
this talks about, the IPCC scenario. 0.5. Why are we using that?
I guess that's in order to provide the level of response that is at this stage likely to emerge. And so that is...
I don't know whether that's accepted internationally, but I don't want to get into that discussion now. I just asked that question. So there's going to be a doubling of CO2. It's going to go from 420 to 850 by 2050.
Oh, these are also scenarios that the Ministry for the Environment has put out.
That's the reason why, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Even though I don't agree with it. There's one thing in the list of things to do which came from the Citizens Committee or Citizens Assembly, which was reduce the voting age to 16. I don't think that's meant to be in there, is it?
Well, that would have come out of the Assembly.
We have passed the notice of motion.
We already passed that motion.
We passed the notice
We
of motion
agree.
already.
Well, why is it in here? Why is it relevant to the paper? That's what I'm asking.
Because it came out of the Climate Assembly. That was one of their things they pushed in the Climate Assembly. I know, Ross, it doesn't, yeah.
Makes no sense to me. And the only other comment I would make around engaging with young people is that I just want to be sure that, even though some of you might disagree with me here as well, that we are not guilting young people. And there's a lot of guilt and depression around with young people supposedly over climate change. My reaction to that is goodness knows why, but I do understand that it's happening. And we don't want to further impact children by putting the fear of God into them. And also by putting across the idea that what we do here will have an impact on CO2 levels across the world. Because the fact is that it won't. Regardless of what you might say is, oh, we've got to do something. I just don't want to continue to put the fear of God into people.
Yeah, and I'd agree. It's you've got to move forward with hope and determination. And
Absolutely.
if people are scared and worried, it's just counterproductive. So absolutely.
Okay. That's
Kathleen.
I'm just on page 30 and looking at the part remove climate pollution from Porirua city's air with more forests, wetlands and other greeneries. So I guess it's really more a comment here that I would hope and would like to see more focus on actual these practical impacts that happen at a local level. Planting trees. We heard this morning from Taupō, Friends of Taupō, like how they've been able to, reduce flood issues. Obviously, planting more trees is going to reduce that urban heat. So, and these are things that our residents will feel and see. So, I get all the other stuff about CO2 and all that accounting that comes into play with carbons, but I would want a focus to be on the actual practical things that make a difference at our city level. Yeah.
Is that you? Sorry, Izzy.
Just a quick comment, given that it's Lent.
Wondered when it was coming.
No, and I wasn't going to make a comment. It was only because Councillor Leggett said the fear of God, and I thought, well, the fear of God isn't necessarily a bad thing. It means you have a better respect for God. We have a better respect for our environment. There's no reason why our children can't have a better respect for their environment. Maybe we could learn from that.
That wasn't my point.
I know it wasn't your point. I'm just making a point.
Okay. In there on that same page Ross was on, Kathleen was on 30, 2.2, investigative high residential can become a requirement rather than option in the district plan. And we now have the government minister saying today that he's going to possibly remove those residential. So would we not just leave it as it is in the district plan and see what happens?
Would you like me to?
I'm just saying, why would we try and put something in when they're changing the rules again?
I think what we're trying to investigate here is, at the moment, people can build denser development. What we're thinking what we want to investigate is there a way we can require it around the transport hubs? So that, because what we heard from elected members was that people don't want a sprawling metropolis. They want denser development around the transport hub. So
I don't disagree with you at all, but we don't own the land. So it's whether you're then saying, well, actually, we're not going to put a consent on this land that if you develop in the city centre, and we've got plenty of old broken down buildings that are even empty and no one's using, that could go to high rises, but the people that own them won't. So we're stuck in that. So it's that, Nick, that rather than this.
So it's just to do some investigation in-house with the plans to see if there are any levers we could pull. And as you say, Mayor Baker, there may well not be.
Well, I'd like to think we could. We've been trying to get it here for 20 odd years. Moira?
Just on that point, I think it's a good idea. One of my observations in Auckland City after the super city was people might have been surprised or hadn't perhaps not really considered where all of the new housing was going to end up. And when you think about us on the outer edge of what is potentially a new super city, we do have to be careful that our district plan doesn't leave open the possibility that we become the place where all the cheap housing gets dumped because nobody wants it in Roseneath and Mount Victoria.
Don't like the word super city, sorry. Don't use it.
I know, but I think
it's not.
We need to have done a belt and braces approach on our district plan to make sure we get what the city will benefit from out of development.
I think we actually have. We've got a lot of intensification in there. But anyway, next one up. People's choices. Yeah. Anyone else? No. I don't want to go on because it was a really good report. Thank you. And I like the refresh. So thank you. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our online meeting. Correct? Oh, I'm sure. Yes.